Section 1 of The Giant Horse of Oz by Ruth Plumly Thompson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Giant Horse of Oz. Chapter 1. The King of the Azure Isles. Far to the north, walled in on all sides by the craggy slopes of the Munchkin Mountains, lies the great lost lake of Oziran. And glittering on its blue bosom, like a large and lovely necklace, rest the Azure Isles of Oz. Now Oz itself, this mysterious land about which we read and hear so often, is a large oblong kingdom divided into 4 smaller kingdoms with the Emerald City in the exact center. Here dwells Ozma, the present ruler, a little fairy of great gentleness and power. While all the kingdoms in Oz are subject to Ozma, each has its own special sovereign. For instance, the northern country of the Gilligans is governed by the good witch Taddypoo. The red land of the Quadlings by Glinda the good sorceress of the south. The western and yellow empire of the Winkies is under the kindly control of Nick Chopper, the Tin Woodman of Oz. The blue Munchkin country is governed by a king of whom nothing much has been heard for many a long year. But be that as it may, it is in the Munchkin country that the great lost lake of Oziran lies. The waters of Oziran are deep, salt, and dashing, so that it is more like an inland sea than a lake. On ancient Oz maps, Oziran is marked by a large blue circle, but so steep and impenetrable are the paths over the mountains, so beset with dangerous beasts and yawning chasms, few travelers have glimpsed the sparkling waters, or the island rising so dazzlingly from its center. On Oz maps today, Oziran is not shown at all, and the Lost Lake and its jeweled islands have long since been forgotten by the merry inhabitants of Ozma's kingdom, except for the blue gulls that circle endlessly over the sapphire city of Chinabed. No one thinks of or visits the Azure Lakes at all, yet in the whole curious land of Oz is no kingdom more interesting or delightful. There are 5 of the Azure Isles, each small and sparkling, with flashing cliffs of iridescent gems and shores honeycombed with caves and jeweled grottos. Instead of pebbles, the beaches are strewn with precious stones, opals, rubies, and amethysts, turquoise, and pearls, but the most numerous than any other of the precious stones are the glittering sapphires that cover the whole island realm with their dazzling blue light, and from which Chinabed, the king, has fashioned his capital city. The Ozirans number 1,007 and are a tall, fair-haired race of munchkins. In olden days, they were the happiest, most carefree people in Oz, but that was before Mombi, the wicked witch of the north, stole the young queen and sent the monster Quinabiran to guard the waters of Oziran. Since then, the good king and his subjects have been virtual prisoners on the island. The great flock of seahorses, on which they were not wont to ride to the mainland, have been destroyed by this pitiless monster, and only when Quinabiran is sleeping dare the inhabitants venture down to the shore. You see, in aquariums, the seahorses that are bound in our own tropical waters, well, the seahorses of Oziran were like that, only as large as Arabian steeds, with flashing manes, great winged fins, and powerful shining tails. To ride upon their backs must have been the most pleasurable than anything I can imagine, and their loss was one of the greatest griefs this island monarch had suffered. One would wonder that so unfortunate a king could endure life at all. But Chinabed was so kind and gay, and so naturally merry, that even in the face of all his misfortunes, he was calm and uncomplaining, and often had the whole day at a time when he forgot to be unhappy. Upon his shimmering islands grew everything necessary for comfort and ease, and the subjects were light-hearted and industrious, and always obedient to his desires. Then to see the sun flashing on jeweled rocks and sparkling shores of the Azure Isles by day, and the moon silvering the spires of the Sapphire City by night, would lift the heaviest heart. To further lighten the sorrows of this good king, there was Philidora, his son. Nowhere in the 4 kingdoms of Oz lived a gayer, handsomer, and more companionable little fellow. Then, too, Chinabed was fortunate enough to have at his castle a juggler who could balance 10 chairs and some more things upon his chin, a minstrel who knew 1,000 songs, and a carpet that could beat itself. So on the rare occasions was Quinabiran lay dozing, life was gay and happy in the Blue Castle. One such calm and sunny morning, Cheerbed, his throne drawn close to the great windows, was gazing dreamily off towards the Munchkin Mountains. He was thinking of the old happy days, and only half listening to the strumming of Ompantillo, the minstrel. At his side, Toddledy, faithful scribe in prime monastery, was balancing the castle accounts, while Pumabilo, the court juggler, balanced 7 books, 3 inkwells, and a gold chair on the tip of his nose. "Has your highness ever considered," panted Pumabilo, speaking with difficulty because of the books and ink bottles, "has your highness ever considered how the noses and chins in this kingdom have been neglected? With a little training, I could teach the islanders to carry their entire possessions in this careless and interesting fashion. Take your own nose, for instance." The king passed his hand uneasily over his nose, and Toddledy, looking up from his accounts, began to mutter crossly under his breath. "Take your own nose," continued Pumabilo persuasively. "With a little practice, you could balance the fire tongs, the screen, and the sapphire clock itself upon the tip. We'll begin with a few simple exercises." Paying no attention to Toddledy, the court juggler set down the books and ink bottles and lifted the huge clock from the mantel. "Now then," he puffed earnestly, "if your highness will kneel and turn the head to the left." Cheerbed, with resigned wink at his prime monastery, had just got down upon his knees when a shuddering explosion shook the castle. The jewel chandeliers rattled like castanets. Ornaments left their accustomed places and flew through the air. Chairs slid into the corners, and the carpet that could shake itself shook off 3 tables and a chair, and rolling up so rapidly it caught Omatillo unaware, reared stiffly on the end and stood in a corner. Cheerbed had fallen heavily to the floor, and a small wonder. At first, Tremor Pumadillo had dropped the sapphire clock upon his head and taken to his heels. "Quinabiran!" quivered Toddledy, rushing over to the window and dashing aside the blue curtains. "Great tomatoes! What does he want now?" And as if to answer the old promisor, the castle rocked more violently than ever. The waters of Oziran began to toss and bubble, and presently from the churning depths rose the frightening head of Mombi's monster. No sea serpent was ever uglier than Quinabiran. The fire shot from his eye and smoke from his nostrils. He had head scales and talons of a dragon, and the long, hideous body of a giant fearfish. As Toddledy clutched at the curtains to keep from falling, Quinabiran sent a great cloud of smoke upward. It twisted, curled, and spiraled, forming itself finally into a long black sentence, his words hanging like a dark threat in the clear morning air. "Send a mortal maiden to wait upon me, or in 3 days I will destroy you utterly." As Toddledy, with smarting eyes, read this monstrous message, Quinabiran showed all of his red tusks and dove beneath the waves. At the same instant, Akbed, the soothsayer, came tearing into the throne room. "Duns!" shouted Akbed, shaking his long finger under Toddledy's nose. "Why do you stand there idle when the whole kingdom is in danger? The king is in danger. The prince is in danger. I, Akbed, the soothsayer, am in danger of being destroyed utterly, 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 utterly." Racing across in a furious circle, Akbed began to tear out handfuls of his hair and cast it upon the floor. His loud outcries aroused the unconscious monarch, rubbing the lump that the sapphire clock had raised upon his forehead. Chinabed rose and unsteadily made his way to the window. The black sentence was growing fainter, but was still legible. After reading it twice, the unhappy monarch groaned heavily and dropped his head upon the sapphire sill. "Where are we to find a mortal maiden? And even if we find one, who would condemn her to such a fate?" mourned the king. "Here comes Julia," panted Toddledy, ducking his head as a small Oziran came sailing through the window. Each of the Azure Isles took turns serving Quinabiran. and the last to take charge of the cavern was Julia, the court jeweler's daughter. Not caring for the land food, Quinnibiran had never molested the keepers of his cavern. So far, he had satisfied himself with devouring the seahorses, preventing any of the Azure Islands from leaving the islands, and shaking them upon whenever he wished to amuse himself. His treatment of Julia was therefore all the more alarming. When the king continued to groan and act bad, to tear out his hair, Tadalay hurried anxiously over to the little maiden. "My child," stuttered Tadalay, touching her gently on the arm. "What has happened? Are you hurt?" "I was only telling him stories," wailed Julia, wiping her eyes from her blue silk apron. "A pernicious and wicked habit," foamed Akbed, shaking his finger at the trembling little girl. "What kind of stories, may I ask?" "Stories about Ozma of Oz and the 3 little mortal maids who have come to live in the Emerald City," sobbed Julia. "I found them in an old history book in my father's shop, and when I finished the last story—" Julia paused to wipe her eyes. "Quinnibiran rushed out of the cave, and when he came back, seized me in his talons and hurled me through this window." Burying her head in her hands, Julia began to weep afresh. "There, there," begged Cherubic, patting her kindly on the shoulder. "Don't cry, my dear." "Let her cry!" roared Akbed, stamping ferociously up and down. "This mischievous wench, with her tales of mortal maidens, has ruined us all. Nothing can save us now." As if to emphasize his gloomy prediction, the castle began to tremble violently. Holding to his crown with both hands, it was inset with cobblestones, which are extremely rare on the Jeweled Island. Chinabed sat down hard upon his throne. "I must think," muttered the king in a faint voice. "Think if you can," sniffed the soothsayer, holding his arm around the pillar. "Can you sink a mortal maiden into the monster's cave? Can you think of a way to leave the islands even? Has your majesty forgotten the golden pear?" Swinging backwards and forward on the window curtains of the castle, rocked to and fro, Toddle Lady peered out inquiringly at the king. "The pear," chatted Quinnibian. "No one must pick the golden pear. That is for Prince Philidor, and to be picked only in times of extreme danger." "What do you call this?" demanded Akbed indignantly. "Are we to be destroyed without lifting a finger to save ourselves?" "Philidor? Where is Philidor?" groaned Chinnabiran, putting both hands to his ears as Toddley and Akbed began to scream hoarsely at each other. "Send for the prince!" Glad to escape from the confusion and keeping her footing with difficulty, Julia ran off to search for the little prince. By the time she reached the beach, the islands had stopped quivering. Breathlessly, Julia hastened to a hidden cove where Philidor was usually to be found sailing upon his toy fleet. At the first quake, he had thrown himself face down on the rocks, but so accustomed was Philidor to the tempers of Quinnibiran that he thought nothing of the terrible quakes that rocked the island from time to time. When the shaking had ceased, Philidor jumped up and was unconcernedly feeding the blue gulls as Julia came running over the shining sands. As quickly as she could, Julia told the Quinnibiran's latest demand and of the dark threat to destroy the kingdom. Then arm in arm they made their way back to the castle. The carpet that could shake itself had unrolled, and Umatillo looked terribly tossed and ruffled, was sitting in the center, plucking out a sad tune upon his harp. He nodded mournfully as the 2 children came tiptoeing into the throne room. Akbed was feverishly thumping over an old book of necromancy, and Toddley and Chinnabeard were conversing in subdued whispers. "The only one who could help us is the good witch of the north," mused Chinabed, as Philidor sank down at his feet and rested his head affectionately against his father's knee. "Let me go to her," begged the prince earnestly. "Surely she will help me find my mother, and destroy Quinnibiran before he destroys us." Chinabed shook his head quickly and decidedly. No, it's too dangerous. Besides, there's no way to cross the lake. We must think of something else." Taking off his crown, Chinabed gazed sadly off into the distance. Long ago, word had been brought by the blue gills of the capture of Mombi. the Wicked Witch of the North by Tatipu, who now ruled in her stead. Great had been the rejoicing of the Azure Isles, and hopefully Cherubid had waited for Tatipu to restore his queen and deliver him from the cruel clutches of Quinabiran. But time had passed and nothing had happened. Much of Mombi's mischief had been remedied by the Good Witch of the North, but many of Mombi's misdeeds were not known to her or anyone else in the land of Oz. So not knowing of Quinabiran's misfortunes, Tatipu had done nothing to help him. But the good king always felt that someday Tatipu would find out about Quinabiran and come to his rescue. As he continued to gaze uneasily straight ahead, as Akbed continued to mutter and Tadalay to groan, and the little prince grew more and more miserable and unhappy, finally he slipped unnoticed from the throne room and, running down to the shores of the lake, cast himself gloomily upon the sapphire rocks. Surely it was sad to live on the loveliest islands in Oz and never to be safe or happy. If only I could find a way to cross the lake, muttered Philidora, feeling in his pockets for some crumbs to throw the gulls. Then I would find the Good Witch of the North. The gulls were in his consent and never-failing friends, and as one and then another settled down on the rocks beside him, he told them of Quinabiran's demand for a mortal maiden and his threat to destroy the kingdom. In Oz, as you know, the birds and the beasts can speak, and the blue gulls not only listened sympathetically to the little prince, but talked among themselves of Quinabiran's cruelty. "Come back, princeling, when the moon is high," whispered a little blue lady gull when the others had flown away. "Come back when the moon is high. I have thought of a way to help you." Comforted in spite of himself, but resolved to say nothing at all to the king, Philidora crept quietly back to the castle. End of Chapter 1. The Giant Horse of Oz by Ruth Plumly Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The Golden Pair. The great silver bells in the sapphire tower had tolled 10. It was nighttime, and still Cherubid and his counselors had thought of no plan to appease Quinabiran. In gloomy knots, the Azure Islanders gathered to discuss the almost certain destruction that threatened their kingdom. And the castle Tadalay and the king pored over ancient books and maps, trying to devise some way out of their difficulties. But Quinabiran would allow no one to leave the island. How they were to search for a mortal maiden. "And even if we find one," sighed Cherubid wearily, "I would never turn her over to a monster like that. We, who are magically constructed, can be destroyed without pain. But a mortal can be hurt, and no one shall ever suffer to save me or my kingdom." "Then we must perish, I suppose." Pushing his specs high upon his forehead, Tadalay looked resigned at the king. "It might be quite respectful to be destroyed," observed the poor prime monasterer, trying to look up on the cheery side. But Amatillo rose with a protesting squeal and streaking both fiddles at once subtlely. "Oh, no, no, let us go, go, go far away. Cheerio, you don't know what you say. To be destroyed with life half enjoyed is too bad. Can't you see, it would be much too sad." "Well, we still have 2 days," mumbled the king unhappily. "Maybe something will turn up." "Nothing will ever turn up here but your majesty's nose," sniffed Akbed, who had been listening to the conversation with great impenitence. "You may stay here and be destroyed if you like, but I, Akbed, the soothsayer, shall think of something better." Folding his robes haughtily about him, Akbed swept from the throne room. In his own high tower, he flung the sapphire casements wide and, leaning both elbows on his sill, stared moodily out into the night. "Surely it is better for one mortal to be destroyed than a whole kingdom," reflected Akbed. "The king is a soft-hearted old Joffy wax. The way to solve a problem is to begin at the beginning and go on to the conclusion. Quinabiran deserves a mortal maiden, and a mortal maiden he shall have. Now where am I to find a mortal maiden?" Striding to the bookcase, he pulled out a History of Oz, which opened almost instantly to a picture of three little girls sitting in a hammock. "Dorothy, Betsy, and Trot," muttered the soothsayer, reading the names into the picture. "These little girls, though Native Americans, now live in the Emerald City of Oz, and are loved and honored by the entire populace." Akbed paused thoughtfully after reading this sentence, and tearing out the page, stuffed the picture into his sleeve. "One will be quite enough," he remarked with a little shrug of his shoulders. "And all that I have to do now is to reach the Emerald City." Standing before a huge map of Oz that covered one side of the wall, Akbed traced with his finger a little line between Sapphire City and the capital. Not a great distance, to be sure, but to the old soothsayer who had never been away from the Azure Isles in his entire life, it seemed a long and perilous journey. Sinking into an easy chair, he began tugging at his whiskers and pulling his long nose, and soon a perfectly splendid plan popped into his turbaned head. "The pear," puffed Akbed delightfully. "I will pick the golden pear and save myself and the entire kingdom." Jerking out his magic descriptionary, a booklet of all soothsayers carry in their pockets, Akbed turned to the proper page, though he knew almost by heart what it would say of the golden pear. "In the gardens of the king grows an emerald tree, bearing always one golden fruit. This fruit shall be plucked by the prince of the realm in times of extreme danger or peril. It will immediately transport him wherever he desires to go." "If it transports a prince, it will surely carry a soothsayer," decided Akbed. "If the king is too stupid to bid Philodora to pick the pear, I myself shall pluck it from the brot and save the people from destruction." The king, as it happened, was at that very moment thinking of the golden fruit. "If nothing turns up tomorrow," yawned his majesty, blowing out his tall candle beside his bed, "I shall command Philodora to pick the magic pear. I have lived a long time, and do not mind being destroyed, but he is too young to suffer destruction." Comforted by the thought that his little prince at least would escape so hard a fate, Cheerbed sank down among his silk cushions and was soon fast asleep. His slumbers would not have been so calm, nor his dreams so untroubled, had he seen the two figures that presently stepped out of his castle. One passed from the eastern gateway into the gardens, the other from the western doorway, and, after looking all round to see that he was not observed, hastened down to the beach. In the moonlight, the radiant capital of Cheerbed floated like a city of dreams in the silver mist. Looking over his shoulder at its sparkling turrets and spires, Philodora wondered if he should ever have the courage to leave so lovely a spot. Then, catching a glimpse of the horrid head of Quinniberin rising suddenly above the waters of Ozirin, the little prince shuddered, and gathering his cloak about him, hurried down to the rocks. He wondered if the blue girl had kept her promise, and looked anxiously up and down the deserted strand. There was no one in sight, and dejectedly he was about to return to the castle when a low whistle from a nearby cave came floating up to him. Running down and into the cave, Philodora stopped short in a perfect astonishment, crouched upon the rocks, and regarding him with bright interest in eyes was a giant blue gull twice as large as Philodora himself. On its head the feathers grew into a circlet that rested like a crown upon his brow. "You wish to leave the Azure Isles?" asked the gull quietly. "Climb upon my back, then. You will have been kind and gentle to my subjects, therefore. I, the Grand Mogul, king of all the land and seabirds, will carry you wheresoever you wish to go." For a moment Philodora was too startled to move. Then, as a deep roar from the throat of Quinniberin came reverberating through the grotto, he sprang upon the gull's back and clasped his arms around its neck and whispered hoarsely, "Carry me to the good witch of the north." With scarcely a flutter, the great gull rose, mounting higher and higher, till the Azure Isles were no more than sparkling dots on the waters of the lake. Akbed, standing under the magic tree in the king's garden, saw a great shadow cross the moon. Brushing his hand uneasily across his eyes, he looked again, but this time the shadow had gone. Concluding that had been but a dark cloud, the soothsayer drew a deep breath, and, leaning forward, broke the golden pear from the sacred broth. Now Achmed hardly knew what to expect, but the thing that he did not expect exceeded his wildest imaginings. The pear in his hands grew larger and larger, bursting finally with a golden splutter and glare. He was almost blinded. Stars! It was a pair of wings! Thoroughly frightened, the soothsayer fell back against the tree, putting up both hands to beat off the whirling pinions. But it was no use. The great wings swooped down upon him, and next moment had fastened themselves to his shoulders. His heart, as they lifted him into the air, and dropped him so suddenly, his boots, both boots, fell off. Motionless and helpless, and just above the emerald tree, he hung suspended, trembling so violently his turban came unwound and fluttered like a banner in the evening breeze. For about as long as you could count 10 Akbad dangling limping between the golden wings. Then, recovering a little of his courage, he moistened his lips and muttered weakly, "Take me to the Emerald City of Oz." The next instant, another shadow had crossed the moon, and Akbad, like some strange, ungainly bird, was being borne swiftly and silently towards the south. End of Chapter 2. The Giant Horse of Oz by Ruth Plumly Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. The Strange Public Benefactor. In the dusty shop of Dan, the second-hand man, there was no sound except the whir of the rickety sewing machine in the back room. Dan bought old clothes, which he mended and pressed and sold again to the people who could not afford new ones. Usually, he spent every evening in his dim little Boston shop, but tonight, Dan's niece was to be married, and the old clothes man was hurriedly stitching up a rent-in a dress suit he had bought that very morning from a dusky gentleman in Grant Street. It was worn and shabby, but surveying himself in the cracked mirror, a few moments later, Danny felt he would look quite as fine as the groom. Well pleased with his appearance, he nodded to his reflection, and taking down a second-hand high hat from his shelf, let himself out into the night. It was a warm, starry evening in May, and coming to the end of the narrow street in which he had lived, Dan struck out across a small park, whistling softly to himself. He would have preferred his pipe, but in honor of the grand occasion, he had purchased a handful of 5-cent cigars. Placing one between his teeth, he fumbled in his pocket for a box of matches, which he had surely placed there before starting. His fingers closed, instead, on a small leather book. "What's this?" exclaimed Dan in surprise, and stepping under a park lamp, he began fluttering over the pages. It was filled with closely written paragraphs in a strangely cramped hand. The words were no more Danny had ever heard or seen. To prove it, he settled his specs more firmly and read a whole paragraph aloud, moistening his lips between the long, hard sentences and keeping his cigar in place in his mouth with great difficulty. "Well, did anyone ever hear the like of that?" chuckled Danny, winking up at the statue of the public benefactor, who stood facing him in a small plot of grass. "What do you think of it yourself, old felly?" "I hardly know," murmured the public benefactor, letting the arm which had stiffly extended fall heavily at his side. "I hardly know, you see. I've never saw it before, and—" Merciful mackerel! The cigar fell from Danny's lips, and the high hat from his head, and hurling the leather book into the clump of bushes, he turned and fled for his life, bumping into trees and benches and running in the opposite direction from the wedding. In fact, I am not sure he ever did get to the wedding at all. The public benefactor watched him go with round, unwinking eyes, then stepping down from his pedestal, picked up the high hat, fortunately an extremely large one, and placed it gravely upon his head. "Now an umbrella," murmured the stone gentleman determinedly. "I must have an umbrella. What I've suffered all these years, rain and snow, ah!" Catching sight of an old lady hurrying down one of the cinder paths, he called loudly, "Stop! Stop! Give me that umbrella!" For some seconds the old lady was quite deaf, paid no attention. But when, looking over her shoulder, she saw a gray stone gentleman in a frock coat pounding after her, waving both arms, she picked up her skirts, jumped over a little hedge, and fell face down among the pansies. Without feeling at all sorry or stopping to help her to her feet, the public benefactor took the umbrella from her hand. Opening it with a little grunt of satisfaction and holding it over his head as he had seen the other people do, he stepped carelessly over the old lady and continued down the cinder path. "I've always wanted to be like other people," mused the statue, striding along continually, "and now I am. But I wonder why I never did this before." Why indeed? Simply because he had never been alive before. The words in the little black book must have had some strange and mysterious force. The owner of Danny's dress suit must have been a powerful magician to bring this cold statue to life. And as he strode across the little Boston park, with Danny's hat upon his head, and the old lady's umbrella clasped tightly in his hand, the little boys, who had come for a quiet game of marbles before bedtime, men and women on their way home to tea, stared in perfect astonishment, and then took to heels, screaming hoarsely as they ran. "I'm acting just the way as they are acting, and yet they run away," grumbled the public benefactor crossly. "What's the matter with them, anyway?" He sank down on a park bench to puzzle it all out. But the bench, which had been built to hold only ordinary folk, crumbled like a match under his great weight. A tramp who had been asleep on the other end, wakened by the terrible tumble, took one glance at the stone man, then rolled into a clump of shrubbery where he lay trembling so violently leaves fell in showers to the walk. By the time the public benefactory had struggled to his feet, a great crowd had gathered. At a safe distance they peered at him, waving their arms, shaking their heads, and looking so frightened the public benefactor began to feel frightened himself. Turning his back upon them, he walked out of the park and straight into the middle of a busy crossing. Here he stopped at a gaze to a winking electrical sign, when a dreadful thud almost knocked the umbrella from his head, and a series of shouts almost raised from the hat of his head. A motor truck, going at a fast clip, had run right into him, but instead of upsetting the stone man, the truck splintered into bits and lay scattered about the street like a broken toy. Surely a pleasant change from breaking up poor pedestrians. But the truck driver did not seem to think so. Separating himself from the wreckage, he advanced threateningly upon the public benefactory. But one good look at the calm stone figure seemed to be enough. A mounted policeman, yearning down, seized the high-hatted gentleman by the arm. Then, feeling the hard stone beneath his fingers, he reined back to his horse and blew a shrill blast on his whistle. In less than a minute, the street was a seething mass of men, women, little girls, and boys, all striving for a glimpse of the man who had stopped the truck. Next, someone turned in a fire alarm, and the fire engines came clanging on the scene. The firemen, not knowing what else to do, turned their hose full upon the offending statue. Alarmed and disgusted, though protecting himself as well as he could with an old lady's umbrella, the public benefactory decided to return to his pedestal. But in the excitement he took a wrong turning. Then he began to run, and the crowd to run after him. Faster, and faster, and faster! His stone feet thudding under the asphalt shook the houses on both sides, and, dodging as best he could the sticks, stones, and other missiles of Purser, the poor bewildered statue ran on. Being very large and perfectly tireless, he soon outdistanced them, and, looking over his shoulder to make sure, failed to notice the steep embankment ahead, till it was too late. The workmen themselves had not intended to blow such a terrific hole in the earth. A thin crust of earth at the bottom hid the yawning cavity from the view. But the stone man, tumbling head over heels, the steep sides, crashed through this crust as if it had been paper, and plunged into a damp darkness. "What now?" groaned the statue dubiously, clutching his umbrella. "Am I a bird? Why, oh why, did I ever leave my pedestal?" But wishing made no difference at all, and down he dropped to the very bottom of nowhere. Then, all at once, he crashed through a crust of blue sky out into a blazing sunlight and subbed down in the middle of a broad green field. Luckily, he landed on his feet, but so hard and so heavily that he went down to his knees in the soft earth. For a few moments he stood perfectly still, Then, closing his umbrella, he pulled one leg and then the other out of the mud and took a few steps to shake the stuff from his stone shins. It was night, and now it is day. I was there, and now I am here. What next? He muttered uneasily. The country into which he had fallen so suddenly seemed safe enough. Green fields, dotted with feathery trees, stretched to the right and left. But after the dusty Boston Park, it seemed large and lonely. And as he gazed about uncertainly, he noticed a blue figure walking briskly along a yellow highway that ran through the center of the fields. He had never in his whole carved career seen a fellow like this, and as the figure drew nearer, he grasped his umbrella firmly and made ready to fight or run. It was a scarecrow, a live, jolly, sure enough straw-stuffed scarecrow. As he came opposite, he took off his hat. "Good afternoon," said the scarecrow politely. The public benefactor made an unsuccessful effort to remove his hat, but he had jammed it down too hard. "I suppose you mean good morning," he remarked stiffly, returning the scarecrow's bow. "Have it your way," smiled the scarecrow, with a carefree wave. "And speaking of ways, where are you going?" "I'm not going, I'm coming," announced the public benefactor sulkily. The experience of the past few hours had made him suspicious of every place and everybody. The scarecrow considered his answer for a few seconds in silence, then stepping closer, inquired earnestly. "Tell me, are you a person?" "Are you?" At this quick and unexpected turning of this question, the scarecrow threw back at his head and laughed heartily. "I don't know," he admitted merely, "whether I am a person or not. But I do know that I am alive, and it is great fun to be alive." "Is it?" The public benefactor looked dubiously into the scarecrow's cheerful cotton contents. "I'm not sure I like it," he sighed, shaking his head ponderously. "Oh, you'll get used to it." Clapping on his hat, the straw man regarded his companion attentively. "You're the only live statue I've ever seen," he observed at last. "How do you happen to be alive?" There was something so jolly about this queer fellow, the poor statue began to feel a little happier. "First," he began slowly, "I was quarreled. Then I was hacked and hewed into my present shape. For many years I stood on the pedestal in a little park in the city of Boston. While I could neither move nor talk, I could see and hear all that went on about me. And what I saw and what I heard was interesting enough. I watched the children sail their boats in a small pond, listened to the band on the warm summer evenings, and observed the strange habits of men and women who walked about under the trees. If I had just a hat or umbrella to protect me from the rain or snow, I could have been perfectly happy." "You must be perfectly happy now," put in the scarecrow slyly, "for I see you have both." The public benefactor shook his head impotently at the interruption. "Once a year," he continued pompously, "a crowd of citizens came and hugged wreaths around my neck, and in long tedious screeches, which I could not understand, referred to me as a great public benefactor. Do you know what a public benefactor is?" he inquired curiously. "Well," answered the scarecrow cautionably, "you probably found the school or library or gave large sums of money to the poor. What was your name, anyway?" "I never knew," replied the gray stone gentleman sadly. "It was carved in the base of my pedestal, and as I was unable to bend over, I could never discover this interesting information." "Then I shall call you Benny," decided the scarecrow cheerfully. "Short for the public benefactor. You know. Do you look like the person you're supposed to be?" The statue shook his head. "I don't know that either," he admitted gloomily. "Oh, never mind that," said the scarecrow, sitting down on a nearby tree stub. "You're a speaking likeness of somebody. But how did you come to life?" "I was coming to that," exclaimed Bentley quickly. And in short, excited sentences, he told how an old Irishman in evening clothes had stopped under the park lamp and read some strange words from a little black book, and how he immediately felt a desire to step down from his pedestal. "So I did," he went on mournfully, and proceeded to relate his terrifying experiences and his final fall into this strange land. "It is very queer," he finished in a depressed voice. "When I was uninteresting and unalive, people treated me with respect and hung wreaths around my neck. Yet when I came to life, they turned the hose on me and even hit me with bricks. The Scarecrow shook his head. "There's no accounting for mortals," he exclaimed solemnly. "But now that you are in the fairy kingdom of Oz, things will be different. Anybody can be alive here, and no questions asked. They even let me live," he concluded gaily. "Is it a republic?" asked Benny, eyeing the Scarecrow with a new interest. "Indeed not," exclaimed the straw man loftily. "We are a magic monarch under the benefactic rule of a little fairy, and there," he waved proudly to the left, "lies the capital. If you wish, I will take you to the Emerald City at once and present you to the Queen. What would you like to be now that you are alive?" he asked curiously. "Well," said Benny after a moment's thought, "I should like to be a real person. Do you think I could ever be a real person, Scarecrow?" The Scarecrow took off his hat and pulled several wisps of straw from his head. "I don't see why not," he decided brightly. "The way to be a real person is to act like a real person. Just begin acting like a real person, Benny, my boy, and first thing you'll know, you'll be one." "Is that what you did?" Benny looked doubtfully at the strange citizen of Oz. The Scarecrow nodded modestly, and taking the Stone Man's elbow, started down the yellow brick highway. "Look alive now," he chuckled merrily, "for you are about to meet a queen." "It's hard to be a stone statue to look alive, but I'll do the best I can," sighed the public benefactor in a resigned voice. "How do you happen to be alive yourself?" he inquired heavily. "That," said the Scarecrow airily, "that is a long story. You see—" "I see a great ugly bird," interrupted the public benefactor, waving his umbrella widely. "Let's run. I did never like birds, they perch on my head." "Pray do not concern yourself," begged his companion earnestly, "and try to act like a real person, can't you?" Withdrawing his arm from Benny's, the Scarecrow took off his hat and blinked upwards. "Well," queried Benny nervously, "what would a real person do now?" "He would run," choked the Scarecrow in a hoarse whisper. "Run, you son of a boulder, run!" End of Chapter 3. The Giant Horse of Oz by Ruth Plumly Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Finding a Mortal Maiden. So well did Benny carry out the Scarecrow's instructions, the flimsy straw man was jerked from the ground and fairly flew through the air at the Stone Man's side. And so intent were they both upon their running, they never saw a little girl in a pink dress until they had bumped right into her. Now, to be run into is upsetting under the circumstances, but to be run into by a live statue is the most unsettling thing yet. Trot, for it was Trot, not only was upset, but rolled over and bumped her head on an emerald milestone at the side of the road. "Stop!" cried the Scarecrow, recognizing her at once. "Now see what you've done." "But the bird," quivered Benny, coming to a reluctant halt and glancing fearfully over his shoulder. With an impatient exclamation, the Scarecrow dropped his hand and hurried over to Trot. "Fancy running into you like this," he puffed ruefully. "Fancy it," gasped Trot, rubbing her head with one hand and her knee with the other. "I don't fancy it at all. Why don't you look where you're going?" She frowned crossly at the Scarecrow, and then, catching a glimpse of Benny, jumped to her feet in real alarm. "Who's he?" she asked in a frightened whisper. "Just now he's a public benefactor, but he's trying to be a real person," exclaimed the Scarecrow hastily. "Benny, old fellow, this is Trot, a little girl from California who was shipwrecked and came to the land of Oz. She lives in the royal palace with Ozma. Benny comes from America, too," he added proudly. "But the bird," panted Benny, nodding absently to Trot. "You see, my dear, we were escaping from a horriblest bird when we ran across you," apologized the Scarecrow with anxious glance upward. "I don't see any bird." Still rubbing her knee, Trot looked up too, and after they all gazed intently at the sky for several minutes, they had to admit that Trot was right. There was not even a speck in the bright blue expanse overhead. "But there was a bird, a most fearful, queerful bird," the Scarecrow assured her positively. Trot gave a little sniff, and while she did not exactly say so, both Benny and the Scarecrow felt that she did not believe there had been any bird at all. "I was coming to see you," continued the Scarecrow in a slightly embarrassed voice. "How fortunate that we could meet this way. Now we can all go to the Emerald City together." Trot, looking down at her skinned knee and feeling the lump on her forehead, could not help thinking it had not been so fortunate for her. But being a sweet-tempered little girl, she said nothing further and walked along quietly between the two singular-looking gentlemen. The Scarecrow she had known for years, but she had kept stealing incredulous glances at his solemn stone companions. Seeing her evident interest, the straw man told her about Benny's strange coming to life and his fall into Oz.
"Do you think I can ever be a real person?"
asked Benny wistfully as the Scarecrow finished the story.
"Now, as you see, I am a hard person of stone, but I wish to be like other people, to laugh, to sing, to dance, and be happy."
It was hard to imagine this pompous-looking image, singing and dancing, but Trot had seen stranger things than this happen in the marvelous land of Oz. So, stifling her misgivings, smiled at him kindly. "You'll have to be a little careful about dancing," she cautioned gently. "Not to step on anyone's foot, or hold them too tightly, or—"
"Ho, ho!"
roared the Scarecrow.
"I should say you had better be careful. One step from your stone toes and one squeeze from those stone arms would finish any partner brave enough to waltz round with you."
At this, the stone man looked so downcast that Trot felt really sorry for him.
"I guess stone arms and legs are not much use,"
he sighed, rolling his eyes sadly at the little girl. "But they're terribly strong," Trot reminded him cheerfully, "and would be fine in a battle. And after a while, when you're quite used to being alive, I wouldn't mind dancing with you," finished Trot in a burst of generosity.
"Wouldn't you?"
Stopping stock still, Benny began to bow.
"My dear,"
exclaimed the stone man gratefully, and bending so low he almost lost his balance.
"those are the kindest words I've ever heard since I came to life and to Oz."
Trot, pleased and delighted at such an appreciation, curtsied back.
"Hurrah!"
shouted the Scarecrow, tossing his hat into the air.
"You're acting realer every minute. Do you know, this reminds me of my first journey to the Emerald City. I was not always this accomplished person you see before me,"
he confided mysteriously. For a long time, Benny had been trying to puzzle out just what kind of person the Scarecrow was. Never in his whole park experience had he seen anyone so curiously constructed, so unsteady and flimsy, yet so gaily alive. He listened attentively, therefore, as the straw man began to tell his story to his...
"I am a Scarecrow,"
he began impressively, and I must admit he was as fond of talking about himself as the most gentleman of my own acquaintance. Trot, who had heard his stories many times, began to hum a little tune and to think of something else.
"Originally,"
continued the Scarecrow brightly,
"I was intended to scare away the crows from a farmer's cornfield. My head is a small stuffed sack on which the features are neatly painted. This blue suit and these red boots and cotton gloves belong to the farmer. Also this hat. Having assembled me in more or less careless fashion and stuffed me with hay, he hung me on a tall pole in a cornfield and went about his planting. For a long time I hung around, not knowing how interesting life could be. So one day,"
the Scarecrow paused and waved his arms dramatically,
along came Dorothy, a little girl about the size of Trot. She had been blown from Kansas by a cyclone and was on her way to the Emerald City to ask the Wizard of Oz to send her back home. Well, to make a long story short, Dorothy lifted me from the pole, and I found I could walk and talk as fast as she could. But while I was alive, I realized that I could never be a really important person with a head full of hay. So I decided to go to the Emerald City with Dorothy to ask the Wizard of Oz to give me some brains."
"Well, did he?" Benny looked curiously at the Scarecrow's bulging forehead.
"Haven't you noticed them?"
demanded the Scarecrow in a vexed voice. Removing his hat, he tapped the top of his head proudly.
"And here are the finest, the most magic brains in Oz,"
he announced seriously.
"Not only did they help me to become an emperor, but they have since resolved many questions of state for our present ruler, Ozma of Oz. I can think of anything, can't I, Trot?"
The little girl nodded politely, and Benny, much impressed, watched the Scarecrow put on his hat.
"I have a castle of my own in the Winky country, but I spend most of my time in the Emerald City,"
he concluded proudly. "Did the wizard send Dorothy back to America?" asked Benny, as the Scarecrow stopped to pick a green rose for Trot.
"Certainly,"
answered the Scarecrow, pulling two thorns from his cotton sum.
"But she is in Oz again. No one who has ever lived in Oz can stay away long. Dorothy lives in the castle with Ozma, Betsy, and Trot. Betsy Bobbin is another little girl from America. So you'll see, you'll have lots of company, old fellow.
Does this wizard live there too? Questioned Benny eagerly, as the Scarecrow clumsily presented the rose to Trot. And do you think he could change me into a real person?
Of course. But if I were you, I should stay as you are. There are lots of real people, but precious few stone ones. Think of the advantages.
Tapping Benny lightly on the chest, the Scarecrow began to enumerate them.
First of all, he explained merrily, you will never tire, need food, or suffer pain. You will never wear out nor require clothes. What? You have all the advantages of life without any of the inconveniences. Isn't that true, Trot?
Trot smiled and made a gesture that might have been yes or no. It would have taken a wiser person than Trot to settle a question like the Scarecrow's. They were drawing nearer to the Emerald City every moment now. Over the treetops ahead, Benny could see the tall towers and flashing spires of the castle. The air was fresh, frank, and somehow exciting. On each side of the yellow brick road, cozy green cottages with domed emerald roofs began to appear. Friendly-faced folk in stiff green silk costumes waved to them from doorways. Trot and the Scarecrow waved back, and Benny, taking off his hat, bowed stiffly from time to time. Decided he was going to find life in the land of Oz extremely pleasant and interesting. At Trot's suggestion, they turned off the yellow brick highway to a short cut to the castle.
Well,
laughed Trot, dancing along through the pleasant little wood,
we'll soon be to the Emerald City now. And then... Then what?
wheezed the Scarecrow, stopping to swing on a low branch.
Well, then we'll have a party,
exclaimed Trot.
Don't we always have a party when you come to the castle? But this party will be for Benny in honor of his coming to life.
The Stone Man was not sure just what a party was, but so long as Trot was in, he knew everything would be all right.
We'll have games, continued the little girl happily, and music, and riddles, and refreshments, and...
Stop! roared an impetuous voice in Trot's ear.
Now then, will you come along peacefully, or must I use force?
At this sudden, horrid interruption, Benny and the Scarecrow swung round in a perfect astonishment.
A goblin!
faltered Trot, catching wildly at Benny.
Run, that awful bird!
panted the Scarecrow, taking a great leap forward.
Run if you want to,
rumbled the public benefactor, stopping short.
But as I am not a real person, I shall stay here and fight. Get away from here, you wild wankus! Leave Trot alone, you old wally buster!
Words he had never known were in his head came tumbling from Benny's stone lips, and brandishing his umbrella threateningly, he stepped between the little girl and the great ugly birdman. But Akbed, for of course it was Akbed, paid no attention to Benny's expostulations. He was looking earnestly at the picture he had torn from his history of Oz. All night the magic wings had carried him steadily toward the capital, and it was Akbed who had scared the two travelers. After frightening to his heart's content, he had alighted in a small orchard to refresh himself with a few peaches. When he had flown on again, the wings had carried him straight after Trot and her comrades. Looking down and seeing a little girl with them this time, he'd immediately dropped to earth.
You'll do! You're one of them!
Shrilled the soothsayer, waving the picture triumphantly.
Come along, there's no time to lose.
But before Benny or the Scarecrow realized what was happening, Akbed seized the little girl and spread his great golden wings.
Stop!
yelled the Scarecrow, running back and catching Trot by the hand. Stop! grunted Benny, making a wild snatch for the soothsayer's heels. As Benny's stone finger cloned round his ankles, Akbed soared into the air. You would have thought the great weight of the stone man would have held him down. But what are thousands of pounds to a pair of magic wings? Up and away over sparkling spires to the capital circled Akbed, paying no attention to Benny, then a feather, and scarcely noticing the Scarecrow at all.
Take us to the Azure Isles,
he commanded, tightening his grip on Trot's arm. End of Chapter 4. The Giant Horse of Oz, by Ruth Plumly Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. In the Cave of Quinabiran. It had taken the Golden Wings nearly 9 hours to carry Akbed to the Emerald City. It took scarcely 5 to bring him back, so that it was a little after noon when the soothsayer and his prisoner reached the sparkling shores of the Azure Isles. Not a word had been spoken by anyone during the entire flight. Trot had started to scream, but the wind rushing down her throat about a mile a minute had almost choked her. When she managed to get her mouth shut again, she was glad to keep it that way, her eyes too for that matter. Benny was too startled to say anything, and the Scarecrow had all he could do to keep himself from blowing apart. But as Akbed, folding his wings, began to descend, Trot, with a long sigh, opened her eyes. The 5 lonely islands of Cherubed lay glittering just below, and Trot gave a little gasp of relief and pleasure as they hovered over the gorgeous sapphire city. Frightened though she was, Trot's heart began to beat with excitement and curiosity. Surely nothing was very dreadful could happen in a place like this. But Akbed did not stop, and flying over the beautiful city carried them to the extreme end of the last island. Here the waters of Aziran were pounding and rolling between 2 jeweled cliffs. Between the 2 cliffs, and at the very mouth of the great cave, Akbed closed his wings. With a tight suddenness that took what his little breath Trot had left, they came tumbling down on a narrow beach. Benny got such a thump, he let go of the soothsayer's heels and almost fell into the lake. Trot and the Scarecrow rolled over twice, and clutching each other wildly, sat up, simply speechless with indignation.
You!
Puffed Akbed, for he was too worn out by the long flight.
You have been chosen to save the Azure Isles.
He shook his long finger in Trot's face.
These others may escape if they wish, but you must serve the monster Quinnibiran.
As Trot, blinking her eyes between shock and consternation, tried to understand what it was all about, there came a great snort and splashing, and in toward the cave swung the monster himself.
Here's your mortal maiden,
yelled Akbed, and spreading his wings rose quickly into the air, leaving Trot and her friends to face the giant fearfish. Benny had, by this time, struggled to his feet, but at sight of the monster, he nearly lost his balance again. As for Trot and the Scarecrow, after one horrified glance, they seized hands and dashed in the only direction open to them, straight into the blue cave. "Wait!" thundered Quinnibiran, shooting a long tongue of flame from his fiery nostrils. He was so close that the fire and smoke blackened both Benny's eyes. With a grunt of surprise and displeasure, the stone man snatched up the umbrella and pounded after Trot and the Scarecrow.
I thought you said that in Oz things would be different,
shouted Benny, grinding the jeweled pebbles on the floor of the cave to powder beneath his flying stone boots.
Well, isn't this different?
Stuttered the Scarecrow, tripping over a sapphire boulder and sprawling upon his nose. "Oh, hurry!" begged Trot, jerking him quickly to his feet. "Here it comes." At another time, the 3 travelers might have paused to admire the great jeweled grotto, but with the snorting, puffing monster at their heels, they scarcely glanced at the sapphire isolings hanging from the roof and jutting out from the sides and sparkling gems that strewed the floor of the cave. Water rushed through the center, and it was no easy task running over the rocks and boulders at the side. The glowing eyes of the monster lightened up the whole cavern. Like a steam engine, he puffed and snorted behind them, filling the air with tumultuous smoke till it smelled like 20 4th of Julys rolled into one. At every flash from his nostrils, the poor Scarecrow would wince and shudder.
"One spark and I am in a hash heap,"
groaned the unhappy straw man, leaping wildly from boulder to rock. "What shall we do?" wailed Trot, stopping in dismay, for they had come to the very back of the cavern and could run no farther.
"I don't know what a real person would do,"
panted Benny, glancing around desperately, "but I'll do something. Quick, squeeze into the little opening." There was just time for Trot and the Scarecrow to slip into the narrow crevice at the back of the cave, before Quinnibiran dragged himself out of the water and flung himself up on the rocks. "Where is the mortal maiden?" roared the great dragon, as Benny placed himself bravely between his friends and the monster.
"Turn off your fireworks!
Do you want to burn her to a crisp?" shouted the stone man, waving his umbrella boldly under Quinnibiran's very nose.
"Can't you talk without smoking?" he continued crossly. You're turning me quite black." "Speak without smoking?" muttered the monster in a puzzled voice. "Well, I might try it. Is this better?" he grunted presently. Benny nodded, and waving the cloud of smoke from before his eyes, peered anxiously downward. "What do you want, Miss Trot?" he asked suspiciously. "I want her for a servant," answered Quinnipian promptly. "She must polish my scales, comb my hair." He lifted a great silver lock that hung between his horns. "Sweep out the cave and tell me stories." Benny was about to snap his snown fingers in the monster's face when Trot tapped sharply on the ankles. "Don't make him angry," whispered the little girl. "Maybe, if I tried it for a time, we could find a way to escape." Disgusted at the thought of Trot even looking at such a creature, Benny nevertheless realized that she was more experienced in the ways of this fairy kingdom than he was. Stifling an impulse to jump on the monster's head, Benny called gruffly, "Will you promise not to hurt her?" "Not at first," agreed Quinnipian readily enough. "Not till she tells me all she knows about mortals. That's fair enough, isn't it?" With an angry grunt, Benny stepped aside, and Trot and the Scarecrow slipped out of the crevice.
"Remember now, no more firing,"
quivered the Scarecrow.
"and no more nonsense either."
"Pooh!" sniffed Quinnipian so vigorously that the Scarecrow was blown 5 feet in the air and only saved by a quick action of Benny from falling into the tumbling stream below. "What shall I do first?" asked Trot, bowing timidly to Quinnipian. "You may practice some songs," peered the dragon doubtfully, "and when I return you may sing me to sleep." "Are we going to stand for this?" demanded Benny in a furious whisper to the Scarecrow, who was balanced insincerely on a sharp spike jutting out of the side of the cave. "Hush!" warned the Scarecrow.
"I'm thinking."
And putting his cotton finger to his wrinkled forehead, he gazed intently at the ceiling. "I should be just outside, so don't try running away," advised Quinnipian, sliding into the water with a tremendous splash, and in a few moments his glittering tail had disappeared through the opening of the cave. "Well," exclaimed Trot, clasping her hands decidedly, "I've never tried singing a dragon to sleep. But I suppose there must always be a first time. I hope he doesn't put his head in my lap, though."
"He better not,"
stormed Benny, tramping angrily up and down. "I'll dance on his talons, I'll tread on his tail, and I'll pull out his whiskers."
"Maybe there's another way out,"
mused the Scarecrow, removing his eyes from the ceiling of the cave. "Let's look," proposed Trot, darting eagerly toward the back of the cavern. Hurriedly they circled one entire side without success. Tumbling straight from the top of the cave to the other side was a sparkling silver waterfall.
"I wonder what's beyond that,"
muttered the Scarecrow, looking at it thoughtfully. "Water doesn't hurt me, so I'll just take a look," said the stone man, and before Trot or the Scarecrow could stop him, Benny stepped right through the waterfall and disappeared. With a sharp cry of distress, Trot rushed forward. "He's gone!" wailed the little girl dolefully. The Scarecrow looked almost as upset as Trot, for even in the short time he had grown fond of their strange stone companion. As they discussed in anxious tone what they had better do, the dripping face of Benny looked out through the waterfall. "Come on!" he sputtered excitedly. "Run through! It leads to another cave!" Taking a deep breath in the Scarecrow's hand, Trot plunged into the waterfall. Benny seized them just in time, for the terrible rush of water took Trot's breath, and the poor Scarecrow was limp and helpless when they stepped out on the other side. "I'll carry him," decided Benny, as the Scarecrow made an unsuccessful attempt to walk. The live statue was really beginning to enjoy all the strange adventures and excitement. "Hurry!" he puffed, picking up the stoggy straw man. "That monster's coming. I hear it." Before they reached the end of the second cave, Quinnipian, with a flop and flash, came plundering through the waterfall. "How dare you run away!" sizzled the monster. As the water poured over the fire-weaving nose, steam came rolling in hot clouds towards Trot and her friends. "Faster, faster, you go on," urged Benny. "I'll stop him." With stifling streams curling around her head, Trot ran as never before, all the way through the second cavern, and rushed headlong into a narrow passageway that opened out between two rocks.
Benny, meanwhile, realizing that they could never outdistance Quinniberon, stopped directly in his path, placing Scarecrow on a little ledge beside him. With a snort that shook even 7 sapphire rocks from the roof, Quinniberon opened his monstrous mouth, and without a moment's hesitation, the stone man stepped in. The Scarecrow, water-soaked and helpless though he was, could not help admiring the courage of his new friend. Down came the jaws of the great spearfish. Crunch, crunch, crunch! Then there was a howl of anger and pain, and 8 red tusks lay on the floor of the cavern. "Fight a public benefactor, would you?" sniffled Benny, stepping calmly out of the monster's open mouth, and before Quinniberon had recovered, he snatched up the Scarecrow and pondered after Trot. They had almost reached the end of the dim blue corridor before Quinniberon appeared at the head. 5 times as furious as he had been before, he came crashing on like an express train. Trot dared not look over her shoulder, and even Benny felt that nothing could save them now. Without plan or hope, they dashed on, till an ear-splitting screech brought them to a sudden stop. "You, look!" begged Trot, covering her eyes with both hands. Expecting almost anything, Benny swung around, then instantly gave a great shout of relief. "He's stuck!" cried the stone man exuberantly. And so he was, a few yards behind them, smoking, screaming, and sending up a shower of sparks. The monster lay jammed between the rocky sides of the passageway. So fast had Trot and Benny been rushing, they scarcely noticed the gradual narrowing of the corridor, and so fast had Quinniberon rushed after them that he had stuck fast before he had time to stop himself.
A narrow escape for us.
"But not for him," remarked the Scarecrow in a moist whisper. Scarcely able to see through the black smoke Quinniberon was sending out, and almost deafened by the whistles and roars, Trot and Benny ran on. The passageway was growing narrower still, and after several twists and turns, it came to an abrupt stop. "Cave City," puffed Trot. The words were studded in sapphire on the rock ahead. "Admit it's 3 rocks. Well, we can't go back," sighed the little girl, sitting down wearily. "So we'll just have to try Cave City." "But we haven't any rocks," observed Benny, putting the Scarecrow down beside Trot and looking carefully all around. "And will the people of the city welcome us, or—" Benny did not finish his sentence, but looked uneasily from Trot to the Scarecrow.
"There is a great deal of water on my brain,"
complained the Scarecrow.
"but if someone will rig me out, I'll endeavor to sink."
Benny looked on rather nervously as Trot squeezed the water from the flimsy body of the Scarecrow.
"Don't forget to wring my neck,"
directed the straw man calmly.
"I believe I am the only man in Oz whose neck can be wrung without discomfort,"
he exclaimed, glancing brightly up at the live statue. Benny said nothing, and indeed, what could he say? And Trot, after shaking up the Scarecrow and smoothing him out as best she could, propped him up against the side of the passageway. "I suppose if I were a real person I could think of something too," mourned Benny, taking off his high hat and rubbing his stone crown reflectively.
"You're much better than a real person,"
declared the Scarecrow promptly.
"A real person could not have jumped into the jaws of a monster like Quinniberon. I, for my part, am glad you are yourself."
"Come on, Benny. Let's look for some rocks," cried Trot.
"And I shall think of some,"
said the Scarecrow, leaning his head back against the wall. But though Benny and Trot searched up and down the narrow corridor, not a loose rock, stone, or even a pebble could they find. The walls, ceilings, and floor were smooth, sparkling sapphire. It shed a weird blue light over the 3 travelers, and soon they began to feel as blue as they looked. After searching in vain for rocks, they began to thud upon the door of the cave city, but with no results, and had about decided they were prisoners forever in the narrow enclosure, when the Scarecrow gave a loud shout.
"I have thought of some rocks," he announced excitedly. "There were 3 of us. Well then, we have but to rock with laughter, and the doors will fly open."
Benny looked doubtfully, and Trot did not feel much like laughing, but as the Scarecrow insisted, they rang themselves before the door of King City. Benny and Trot had to support the Scarecrow between them, for he was still too wet and soggy to stand alone.
"Now ye laugh, ye, I'll laugh ye, ho, and Trot must laugh, ha,"
directed the Scarecrow solemnly.
So at a signal, Benny burst out in a loud "He!" Trot in a shrill "Ha!" and the Scarecrow in a husky "Ho!" At the same time, they rocked all together and fixed their eyes expectantly upon the door. Much to Trot's surprise, it instantly swung inward, and an old merman on crutches stood in the opening. Well, he began querulously. Why don't you come in? Come in. I'm mighty sorry to see you. Sorry? Gasped Trot as Benny stepped forward, drawing the others among them. Why? You'll know that soon enough, mumbled the old merman, swinging along ahead of them on his crutches. This way, please, and mind you don't tread on my tail. End of Chapter 5.
The Giant Horse of Oz by Ruth Plumly Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The Wicked Soothsayer. After leaving Trot and her companions to the mercy of Quinabiran, Akbed flew quickly to the king's garden, intending to rid himself of the golden wings and say nothing at all about his curious adventure. But before he had come to the enchanted tree, the king and half of the courtiers came rushing out of the sapphire palace. "My son! Where is my son?" panted Cherubed, seizing Akbed by the arm, not even noticing the great wings that had dropped from the soothsayer's shoulders. "The prince! The prince! Where is the prince?" demanded Toddlelady in the same breath. "Miserable memorizer! Can you think of nothing?" Akbed, worn and weary from his long flight, fairly blinked with astonishment, for naturally he knew nothing of Philodora's disappearance. But he realized he would be severely punished for stealing the golden pear. He felt that Quinabiran had probably devoured the little prince, but resolved for the present to save himself. "Have no fear for the Prince of the Azure Isles," he began boldly. "I, Akbed, the soothsayer, have saved him." "How? Where?" The king plucked him frantically by his arm. "He is safe in the Emerald City," lied Akbed calmly. "Last night, determined to save not only the prince, but our fair islands as well, I picked the golden pear." A little murmur of disapproval greeted Akbed's statement, and they all looked curiously and accusing at the golden wings, which they seemed to notice for the first time. "Immediately," continued the wily soothsayer, "these wings attached themselves to my shoulders. Flying into the prince's chamber, I lifted him in my arms and carried him to the great capital city of Oz. Leaving him in the kindly care of the gentle ruler, Ozma, I stole into the garden and, seizing a mortal maiden, returned to the Azure Isles and left her in the cave of Quinabiran." Folding his arms proudly, he waited for the king's commendation. "That was very wrong of you," sighed Cherubed, letting his arm drop heavily at his side. "But I suppose you did it for the best." "Idiot!" hissed Toddlelady. "Why did you not ask Ozma to help us?" "I did," declared Akbed promptly. "As soon as the wizard returns from the Blue Forest, she will journey to our illustrious islands, destroy Quinabiran, and restore his Majesty's queen." Even Toddlelady was silent about this surprising news. While the Azure Islanders began to cheer loudly and lustily, only the king seemed disturbed. "But the mortal maiden! We must save the mortal maiden!" exclaimed Cherubed anxiously. "You should have never carried her to that monstrous cave. Who will go with me to rescue this poor child?" The islanders looked uncomfortably at one another, and then, as the king stated resolutely, off by himself, a dozen of the boldest guards followed. "We can only perish once," declared the leader gallantly. "And to be destroyed with your majesty is not only an honor, but a pleasure as well." Akbed made no attempt to accompany them, but the others, shamed by such bravery, dashed hurriedly after the king. When the last one had gone, Akbed stepped quietly into the garden. Sinking down under the emerald tree, he mopped his brow with his sleeve and cursed his own stupidity. Why had he not done as he said? Appeal to Ozma for help instead of foolishly seizing the mortal maiden. Perhaps it was not too late. He would fly back and beg Ozma to find the little prince and save the Azure Isles. Hoarsely, he commanded the wings to take him to the Emerald City, but motionless and heavy they hung from his shoulders. Horrified to find that they would no longer obey him, he rubbed against the tree in an unsuccessful effort to brush them off. Then he tried every magic phrase and incantation that he knew to rid himself of the golden wings. but though he pulled and tugged, the wings were stuck fast. Now, having wings sound fine enough, but one must be born with wings to wear them comfortably. Akbed could neither sit nor lie down with any ease, and when he walked, the wings trailed disturbedly behind him. He found, after several trials, that he could still fly, but not beyond the shore of the island, and he sank exhausted on the rocks. The king and his army came marching back. They had tramped boldly into the monster's cave, but had of course found neither Quinabiran nor Trot. As they knew nothing of the caves beyond the waterfall, they had sadly turned homeward. The king at last was sad. The others, while they said nothing of it, were secretly delighted to find themselves alive.
Quinabiran has gone, declared Chinabed gravely. The mortal maiden has also vanished. But as you have saved Philidor, I shall say nothing of the stealing of the golden pear. There is naught to do now but to wait for the coming of Ozma and the little prince, and no doubt Ozma will find a way to save this mortal child.
No doubt,
muttered Akbed, and as the king, shaking his head, went on up to the palace, the soothsayer flew into a tall tree and tried to think of excuses he would offer his majesty when Ozma failed to appear. As for Cheerbed, troubled though he was over the disappearance of the little mortal, he could not help but think that the worst of his misfortunes were over. Almost cheerfully, he bustled about giving orders for a grand reception to welcome Ozma to the island kingdom, and bidding the royal household have everything in readiness for Philidor's return. End of Chapter 6. The Giant Horse of Oz by Ruth Plumly Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. The Trials of Tattypoo. On the same evening, Philidor and Akbed flew off from the Asher Isles. The Good Witch of the North sat quietly before her fire, spinning silver from straw. From time to time, Agnes, her pet dragon, would toss a log on the blaze and set it glowing with her fiery breath. The cat with two tails purred drowsily in a chimney corner, and nothing could have been cozier than this little room in the Good Witch's hut. And Tattypoo was content. Ruling over the North Country, settling disputes between its small kingdoms, and advising the Gilligans about everything from birthday parties to preserves, filled her time most pleasantly. The door of the Good Witch's hut was never bolted, and no one coming for help or advice had ever been turned away. Though her skin was drawn and wrinkled, her hair white as snow, and the little hut plainly, even poorly furnished, Tattypoo was perfectly happy. But Angus, the amiable dragon, was not. Angus longed for grandeur and style, and felt that the ruler of all the Gilligans should wear a crown or live in a castle. Agnes, while not exactly conceited, felt that her own beauty was utterly wasted in this little hut. She longed to flash her silver scales and switch her tail at the fine courts of Oz. But Tattypoo was neither vain nor ambitious, and only chuckled when Agnes complained of the poorness of their dwelling and the plainness of the food, and the lack of servants to wait upon them. She had lived so long in the purple forest on the Gilligan mountain side that she had grown to love every tree and tumbling brook, and even the witch's little cottage. At the time the wizard first came to Oz, it was ruled, as you know, by 4 witches. Little Dorothy fell on the Wicked Witch of the East, and later the same little Dorothy had put out with a pail of water the Wicked Witch of the West. Glinda, the good sorceress, had conquered the bad witch of the South, and Tattypoo had conquered Mombi, the Wicked Witch of the North, not before she had stolen Quinabiran's queen, however, and done by many mischievous transformations. At first, Mombi had been deprived of all her magic powers, but after her last attempt to capture the Emerald City, she, too, had been put out with a pail of water, so that Tattypoo was the only witch of any power or consequence in Oz. And as she explained over and over again to Agnes, being a good witch in an important country like Oz has honor enough for her, and as long as she used her magic powers for good, and so long as the Gilligans were peaceful and prosperous under her rule, she would be perfectly satisfied and happy. Agnes, in spite of her vanity, was as good a dragon as Tattypoo was a witch, and had really earned her title of the Amiable Dragon. For Agnes had never devoured any captive maidens, burned down a village, or threatened a kingdom. She was a small, cozy sort of a dragon, too, taking up only about half a room and wearing rubbers to keep her claws from scratching the floor.
She had wandered into Taddypoo's hut the very day the Good Witch had conquered Mombi, and had lived with her ever since. She was so good-tempered and companionable, Taddypoo put up quite cheerily with her occasional dissatisfied spells. Tonight Agnes was feeling particularly dissatisfied. In the morning, Taddypoo had disenchanted a poor forest maiden. The girl had knocked on the door and asked for food. Taddypoo, after one look, realized she was under some evil spell and immediately consulted her books of sorcery. A few magic potions and phases had changed the maiden to her rightful self, and she had been no less than a king's daughter, whom Taddypoo had sent home on a fast wish to her father's castle.
If you can change poor girls into princesses, why don't you do something for yourself?
Complained Agnes, giving the fire a vicious poke.
I don't mind being a dragon. Dragons are unusual and interesting, but witches are ugly and out of style. Were you always a witch? Do you always intend to be a witch? Were you never young or pretty at all?
Agnes's question made Taddypoo pause. The hum of the spinning wheel ceased as she tried to recall the past. Had she ever been young or pretty? Letting the silver thread slide through her fingers, she gazed thoughtfully into the fire. But it was all dim and hazy, and all the Good Witch could remember nothing of her youth days, or the days before she had come to the Purple Forest. She remembered distinctly her first meeting with Mombi. The Wicked Witch was changing a woodcutter into a tree stump, and Taddypoo, running forward, had put a stop to it. Her magic proved stronger than Mombi's, so it had not been hard to overpower her. Not only that, but she had driven Mombi out of the forest and taken possession of her hut and magic tools. Later, the Gilligans had come in crowds to thank Taddypoo and beg her to rule them in Mombi's place. So Taddypoo had stayed on, undoing as much of Mombi's mischief as she could, and growing fonder and fonder of the peace-loving Gilligans. She had always been so busy helping other people, she had never thought about herself at all. But tonight, Agnes's question made her vaguely unhappy, and she began to feel really annoyed that she could remember nothing of her own past.
I must have been young once,
murmured Taddypoo, absently leaning down to stroke the cat with two tails.
Even witches are young.
Of course they are,
Sniffed the dragon impatiently.
but if I had your magic powers, I'd be young again.
It wouldn't be right to practice magic for my own benefit,
Answered Taddypoo in a shocked voice.
It's against the law.
Is there any law against youth and beauty?
Demanded Agnes tartly. But the Good Witch kept shaking her head and murmured over and over,
It wouldn't be right. It wouldn't be right.
Well, at least you could see how you used to look,
said Agnes, waving her tail toward the stairway.
Surely there is no law against that.
How?
Asked Taddypoo, leaning back in her chair and fixing her mild blue eyes upon the admirable dragon.
Why, the witch's window. Let's have a look through the witch's window,
Croaked Agnes, and sliding across the floor, she began to pull her silver lengths up the rockety steps of the cottage. Taddypoo, reaching for her staff, hobbled hurriedly after her.
I never thought of the window,
Panted Taddypoo, feeling extremely excited and fluttery. In the attic of Mombi's hut was a curious dormer window, and its two lead panes opening out upon the slanting roof. One pane was of blue glass and one of pink. Taddypoo had often consulted the witch's window when her subjects needed to know about the past or the future. One look through the blue pane showed the person looking out the past, and one look through the pink pane showed the future. It was curious that Taddypoo had lived in the hut all these years and never looked out the witch's window. But, as I said a minute ago, she was so happy and so busy she never thought of herself at all, and now it was largely to satisfy Agnes that she tiptoed over to the dormer window. First she pushed back the calf's ruffles and straightened her specs.
Well,
asked Agnes, pulling herself laboriously up on the sill.
what do you see?
Instead of answering, Taddypoo gave a terrified scream and jumped right out of the window. Yes, she did.
Stop! Help! What are you doing?
Shrieked the poor dragon, falling halfway out herself. But the Good Witch had disappeared, staff, cap, spectacles, and all. And in her desperate concern for the unfortunate mistress, Agnes lost her balance and, falling out of the witch's window, disappeared as quickly and completely as Taddypoo. So, of course, there was no one to answer the door.
Rap, rap, rap.
The knocker rose and fell. Then the latch was lifted cautiously, and in stepped a small boy. It was the Prince of the Azure Isles, for the blue gull had brought him straight to the Good Witch's door.
Tatty-Poo? Called Philidor softly. Where are you, Tatty-Poo?
But there was no reply, only the rush of black shape as the cat with two tails scampered across the cottage floor and jumped out of the low window. End of Chapter 7. The Giant Horse of Oz by Ruth Plumly Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. The Man in the Bottle. The firelight lit up the little cottage quite cheerfully, and after looking all over and even taking a candle into the attic, Philidor curled up in a big easy chair to await the return of the Good Witch.
She's probably out visiting a neighbor, decided the little prince sleepily. The chair was so comfortable, and Philidor was so drowsy from his long flights through the night air, he soon fell fast asleep and dreamed he had found his royal mother and saved his father's kingdom. A soft thud in his lap wakened him next morning, and starting up in alarm, he looked straight into the green eyes of the cat with two tails.
Well,
Sniffed the cat, transferring herself to the arm of the chair.
since you are still here, you may as well fetch me my breakfast.
But where is Tatty-Poo? Cried Philidor, rubbing his eyes and trying not to show his astonishment at a two-tailed cat.
Gone,
Announced the cat calmly, washing her face. Gone? Exclaimed the little prince, jumping to his feet in great distress. Why, where has she gone?
Oh, she probably fell down the well,
Muttered the cat, walking unconcernedly towards the kitchen. You really don't mean that she fell down the well? Begged Philidor, running distractedly after the unfeeling creature. Not really?
How should I know?
Yawned the cat.
The milk is in the chest, boy. Just pour me a saucer, will you?
Her eyes glittered so cruelly, she sharpened her claws so suggestively on the rug. Philidor hastened open the chest, took out a jug of milk, and poured her a full saucer. Then, dropping into a kitchen chair, he wondered what in Oz to do next. He had counted so entirely on Tatty-Poo's help that without her he felt utterly lost and bewildered. The witch's cat looked at him curiously from time to time, and after she had finished her milk, deigned to speak.
There might be a message on the slate by the stove,
she announced, stepping daintily through the open door into the forest. Immediately, Philidor rushed over to the stove. Sure enough, there was a slate hanging on the wall, but there was nothing written on it. With a sigh, the little boy was turning away, when the pencil hanging on the cord beside the slate moved upward and began to write on the smooth black surface. Philidor's scalp pricked uncomfortably at this odd occurrence, but recovering himself quickly, he leaned forward to read the message. The Good Witch of the North will never return, stated the pencil mournfully, and following the full length of the cord swung excitedly to and fro. Such a message was almost worse than none, and Philidor stared in horror at the gloomy announcement. If Tatty-Poo never was coming back, how could she help him save the kingdom? And without Tatty-Poo to help him, how was he to save the Azure Isles all by himself? The slate must have been of a magic sort, for while the little prince stood dismally wondering what to do, the pencil, scribbling a second message, Go to the Emerald City. Ozma of Oz will help you, wrote the pencil in a firm, decided hand. Philidor waited a few minutes to see whether any more advice was coming, but the pencil dropped beside the slate and refused to write another word. With only 2 days left before Quinabiran would destroy his father's kingdom, the little boy did not see how he was ever to reach the Emerald City in time, especially as he did not know in which direction it lay. Going over the little window, he drew aside the checked curtain and looked out. Deep and impenetrable, the purple forest loomed up on all sides, and with a long sigh, Philidor let the curtain drop and went back to his chair. But it was not long before his natural courage and cheerful began to assert itself. Surely the Good Witch's slate would not advise him to go to the Emerald City if the journey were impossible, and, jumping up resolvedly,
Philidor began to make his preparations. First he cooked himself some breakfast. There were bread and coffee in the cupboard, and eggs and milk in the chest, and after he had eaten, Philidor's spirit rose considerably. Putting a loaf of bread, a square of butter, some cheese, and a jar of honey into a small basket, he was about to step into the forest when a really splendid idea occurred to him. Perhaps there might be some magic contrivance in the good witch's hut to help him on his journey. Setting down the basket, Philidor searched carefully through the whole cottage, and in a small shed at the back found Teddy Boo's witch workshop. A huge cauldron hanging on a crane was setting in a large fireplace. The walls were lined with shelves and shelves covered with curious boxes and bottles. With both hands in his pockets and his crown on the back of his head, the little prince tried to decide which to take. The labels were mostly in magic, a language Philidor had unfortunately never studied. Taking down a blue box, he started to open it. Now, this box had an eyelid, and it winked at Philidor so knowingly that he gave a jump and knocked a seemingly enormous bottle from the shelf over his head. The bottle fell to the floor with a loud crash, breaking into 3 separate pieces, and a thick brown liquid began to ooze out upon the floor. As Philidor dropped the blue box, looking down in affright and dismay, the liquid began to run into the shape of a man. Backing into a corner, the little prince watched as a queer figure formed on the floor. It grew more and more distinct, thickening through the middle, and finally as Philidor, with both hands before his face, backed as far into the corner as he could, the man out of the bottle curled upward and made a deep bow.
I thank you, he began in a husky voice. I've been shut up in that bottle for 30 years, and thought I was shelved for life. Who? What are you? Stuttered Philidor in an unsteady voice. And how did you get into the bottle? He half expected the man to melt and run away, but the liquid from which he was formed seemed to have hardened perfectly, and except for his strange eyes and powdered hair, the odd fellow looked almost natural. He sighed deeply at the little prince's question, and seating himself on a low bench, motioned for the prince to sit beside him. Rather nervously, Philidor seated himself on the other end of the bench. I am a medicine man and a gillikin, began the old gentleman solemnly. Of course, thought Philidor with a little chuckle. Who but a medicine man would come out of a bottle? I spent my whole life studying cures and remedies, but though I hung out of my sight and had office every day, no one ever came to consult me, said the medicine man sulkily. But this was not strange when you stop to consider that no one in Oz is ever ill. However, it is very dull for me. The little prince nodded sympathetically and gave a slight start as he noticed for the first time that the medicine man's eyes were cough drops. He was so interested in this discovery, he missed a whole sentence of the old fellow's story. So I decided to travel. The medicine man was now hurrying on to explain, and discover a cure for trouble Oz people really did suffer from. Such an impenitence, bad tempers, rudeness, and so on. In forests hereabout grow many wonderful roots and herbs. In it was while I was searching for an herb to prevent talkativeness that I met the wicked witch of the north. Mombi, gasped Philidor, edging closer and thinking of how mischief this old sorceress was responsible for. Yes, Mombi, sighed the medicine man mournfully. I had a great cauldron of cough mixture, which I always use as the basis for all my cures, boiling over the fire, and Mombi, declaring I had stolen her rarest herbs, threw me into the pot. Philidor shuddered. He could fairly see the furious witch pouncing upon the helpless little gentleman. Did you fight? He asked as the medicine man stared sadly at his boots. Oh, yes, the little fellow assured him earnestly, but Mombi had the strength of 10 men and tumbled me into the cauldron before I could even call for help. Being a native of Oz, I could not be utterly destroyed. I remember quite distinctly melting into cough mixture and later being poured in a bottle. After that, I recall nothing till you knocked me from the shelf this morning. How do I look? He asked.
You look all right to me, answered Philodora kindly. How do you feel? Well, answered the medicine man, clearing his throat experimentally.
I feel a little hoarse, but I suppose that's the cough mixture.
Jumping briskly to his feet, he walked over to a large mirror that hung on the wall of the shed, and leaning forward, stared long and earnestly at his reflection. Well, asked Philodora as the little man continued to gaze into the mirror, are you the same?
No, I've shrunk. It must have been the boiling,
mused the medicine man in a depressed voice.
My eyes look queer, and there's a queer rattle in my chest. Hear it?
He shook himself from side to side, and Philodora was forced to confess that he did.
Never mind, though,
piped the little fellow at last.
I'm out of the bottle, and that's something.
Throwing out his chest, he put both hands in his pockets and beamed upon the little boy. Philodora gave a frightened scream and, pointing at his shirt front, bade him look in the mirror. No wonder Philodora had screamed when the medicine man threw out his chest. Both sides of his shirt front flew open like the doors in a small closet, disclosing 3 shelves. On these shelves stood a row of boxes and the bottles. And as the little prince continued to stare, the old gentleman took out first one and then another. Clicking his heels together, he sprang gleefully into the air.
It's all my remedies,
he exclaimed excitedly.
My laugh lozenges, soothing syrup, cross drops, and everything. How handy to have a medicine chest and always right with me.
Does it hurt?
asked Philodora doubtfully.
Can you breathe all right, and don't it feel hollow?
The medicine man took 3 long breaths and put all the bottles and boxes, and slamming the doors of his chest, shook his head delightfully.
It feels fine,
he said gaily.
But look here, isn't this Mommy's hut, and hadn't we better run before she comes back?
Philodora had been so interested he had forgotten his old troubles for a few moments, but now he rapidly told the medicine man the mischief Mombi had done to his own family and the threat of Quinabiran to destroy the Azure Isles. This he explained how Mombi herself had been conquered by Taddypoo, and later put out by order of Ozma of Oz. The medicine man listened with interest and concern, and when the little prince told of his flight on the blue gull to the good witch's hut, and of the strange disappearance of Taddypoo, and the message on the magic slate, he ruffled up his wonderful hair and declared himself ready to go at once to the Emerald City.
2 heads are better than 1,
he asserted stoutly.
You released me from my odious bottle, and I shall never rest until I have repaid you.
Thank you, sir. Straightening his crown, Philodora smiled gratefully at his strange new friend.
Oh, call me Herbie,
chuckled the medicine man, winking his cough-drop eyes merrily.
And I'll call you Phil, for short. How will that be?
All right, Herbie, laughed the little prince, deciding it would be quite jolly to have this gay little Gilligan accompany him to the capital. Herbie heartily approved of this plan for taking some of Taddypoo's magic along, and after a short search, they took the good witch's thinking cap from a peg on the door, and the rope they carried curled up on the kitchen table. The rope was marked jumping rope, and would come in mighty handedly on a journey of adventures. Pouring several saucers of milk for the cat with 2 tails, Philodora putting the jumping rope in the basket on his arm, and declared himself ready to start. Herbie had the witch's thinking cap slung around his neck, and almost instantly it proved its magic powers. Neither Herbie nor the prince knew in which direction the Emerald City lay, and as they stood, looking uncertainly into the forest, the medicine man bethought himself of the cap. Putting it on his head, he asked it to tell the way to the capital. The medicine man's little brown face looked so comical under the cap's ruffles, Philodora could not help laughing, but Herbie crossed his eyes and began to walk straight ahead. End of Chapter 8. The Giant Horse of Oz by Ruth Plumly Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. King of the Uplanders. Deeper and deeper the true travelers penetrated into the grim forest.
Except for the twitter of the birds and the occasional creaking of a branch as some animals made its way through the underbrush, there was no sound. Almost holding his breath, Philodora trotted after the old medicine man, peering nervously to the right and left, and half expecting a bear or a walrus to spring out of some hollow tree. But as time passed and no wild beasts of any nature did appear, he began to breathe easier and to look around with real interest and delight. The huge galled trees were tinged with purple. Wild grape and wisteria vines climbed in rotaceous fusion up the trunks and out over the limbs, lacing them together and forming fairy-like arbors and leafy lanes. The floor of the forest was thickly strewn with violet, and the fragrance of lavender was everywhere. Hereby, being a native Gilligan, was accustomed to the grandeur of the forest and pattered along in a business-like manner, giving no attention to the purple pansies clustered around the great trees, nor the lordly flags edging each forest stem.
I've heard that the Emerald City is but a day's journey from Mombi's heart,
He called over his shoulder.
and with this thinking cap to guide us, we'll be there for dinner. Then Ozma can magically transport us to the Azure Isles and save your father's kingdom. I trust the Wizard of Oz will give me an audience,
He added hopefully.
I'd like to show him my medicine chest and tell him my story. But I wonder, what did become of Tatty-Poo?
Mused Philodora, stopping to admire some especially lovely pansies.
Do you suppose we shall ever find out? Of course. With Ozma's famous picture and the wizard's magic, we shall discover everything.
Waving his arms happily, hereby quickened his step. As for Philodora, the more he thought about the capital of Oz, the more impatient he became to reach his journey's end. Hereby had taken off the thinking cap, and was marching along briskly, the boxes and bottles in his medicine chest rattling and tinkling and wisping white hair snapping in the morning breeze. The trees were farther apart now, and presently they stepped out of the forest altogether, but only to find themselves on the brink of a rushing torrent.
Now what?
Murmured the medicine man gloomily, and while Philodora gazed anxiously up and down the bank, he hurriedly opened the chest.
What are you doing?
Asked the boy curiously, as Herbie poured several pills from a small bottle into his palm.
Keeping myself from getting cross.
Puffed the medicine man, quickly swallowing the pills.
Have some.
But we want to cross this river, chuckled the little prince, laughing in spite of himself.
Well, I don't see how we are to do it, Phil.
Mournfully, the little man returned to the pill bottle, to his chest, and slammed the doors.
That's what's making me cross, and I never allow myself to feel cross.
He finished passively.
Surely there is something over there.
Sitting down on a log, Philodora stared softly at the ground. Both had forgotten the thinking cap, which would doubtless have solved the problem in a second. As it was, they wasted nearly 10 minutes wondering what to do, and would probably have been sitting there had not the sudden rattle from the witch's basket attracted their attention. Peeping into whether a squirrel had gotten into the sandwiches, Phil was surprised to see the jumping rope knocking its handle sharply together.
Hurrah!
Shouted the medicine man.
Tatty-Poo is helping us. Take the rope, Phil, and see what happens.
Rather uncertainly, Philodora picked up the rope. Nothing happened at first, then Phil began to revolve it as he had seen the little girl on the Azure Isles do. At the second skip, he flew lightly over the raging river. Herbie shouted and waved from the other side, so he gaily skipped back.
It's a good thing I took these pills,
cried Herbie, shaking his finger at Phil.
Otherwise I should have been very cross when you skipped across the river and left me.
At Philodora's suggestion, they each took an end of the rope, then, both skipping together, jumped the river at one bound.
I'm glad we brought this, aren't you?
Beaming with satisfaction and pleasure, Philodora rolled up the marvelous jumping rope and put it back in the basket. The medicine man again bethinking himself of the witch's cap, and to be sure they were still going in the right direction, put it gravely on his head.
This way lies over those mountains,
he observed after a short pause. A quick walk through some fields brought them to the foot of the first mountain, and undaunted by its height and cragginess, they began to ascend, pulling themselves upwards with the help of the small slapping and brushes. The mountainside was covered with heather, so that it was as purple as the witch's forest. Halfway up there was a small plateau, and, weary from this stiff climb, the two adventurers stopped to rest. "Ooh," puffed the little prince, taking off his crown and looking ruefully at a long rent in the blue cloak. "I hope there are not many more mountains like this one."
There aren't.
The answer was so loud and apathetic, Philidor jumped nearly a foot, and Herbie, after one astonished glance at the speaker, threw open the chest and began rummaging wildly in its contents.
What's he doing?
Asked the stranger as Herbie clapped a dozen lozenges into his mouth. "Taking his medicine. It's just a habit he has," answered the little prince, eyeing the newcomer apathetically. "I was taking a laugh lodge, if you must know," announced the medicine man, slamming his chest.
Hey, laugh lozenge?
Roared the huge mountaineer, leaning over to get a better look at the little man.
Why? What for?
"To keep me from laughing at you," exclaimed Herbie calmly.
Give me one. Give me two. Give me a dozen before I
"Die." Rocking back and forth, the great stranger howled so long and so heartily that Philidor began to pound him on the back, but Herbie, waiting his chance, popped 6 lozenges into his mouth. Instantly he stopped laughing.
That's funny.
He mused uneasily.
I still feel like laughing at you, but I can't.
"Shame here." Slapping his medicine chest, Herbie strutted up and down. "They're one of my best cures," he boasted proudly. "You've heard of cough drops to keep one from coughing. Well, laugh lozenges keep you from laughing at the wrong time. Have another?" he invited generously.
No thanks.
The big man shook his head in a puzzled manner and turned to the little prince.
How do you happen to be climbing my mountain?
He inquired politely. "Because it wouldn't climb itself," answered Philidor boldly. His answer tickled the mountaineer so tremblingly he burst into a loud roar.
Ho, ho, it can't be so, he shouted. And you saved my laugh, boy. I was afraid I was cured for life.
"Those laugh lozenges will only keep you from laughing at me," exclaimed Herbie hastily.
Oh,
Wheezed the stranger with a relieved chuckle.
that's all right then. I can't stand not laughing at you, but I must laugh with you. It's the only thing I really do.
And to prove it, he began to laugh so merrily that Philidor and Herbie could not help from joining in. Every time Philidor tried to stop, another look at the mountaineer would set him off again. To begin with, the fellow was 6 feet tall and dressed in purple velvet kilts like a Highlander. Then his tail curled up almost to his knees, his nose curled up, and so did his eyebrows and the corner of his mouth, while his hair grew straight on end and waved to and fro. Indeed, a more comical and curious countenance the little prince had never gazed upon in his life.
Explain yourselves, choked the mountaineer at last. I'm on a vacation, but what are you on?
"Vacation?" exclaimed Philidor, wiping his eyes and taking a long look at the huge axe the mountaineer carried over one shoulder, for he had quite evidently been chopping wood. "You're joking."
Joking? Why, of course I'm joking, but how did you guess?
Regarding the little boy with twinkling eyes, he continued.
I'm joking all the time. That's my name, and you see. And that,
he waved toward the mountain top,
that is my kingdom. I am the king of the uplanders. But I was tired of kinging, so I came down here to work and have a little fun.
"Do you think work is fun?" asked Herbie seriously.
Well, it is for a king, admitted the mountain monarch frankly. Takes the kinks out of kicking. You look like a royal person yourself,
he observed, eyeing Philidor with sudden attention.
I see you're wearing a crown.
"He's a prince," confided Herbie mysteriously, "and unless we reach the Emerald City tonight, his kingdom will be utterly destroyed by a monster."
Then he can have half of mine,
offered Joe King promptly. Philidor could not help smiling at this generous offer. "If you would just show us the quickest way over the mountains," he began eagerly. It would help us a lot. My father is back on the Azure Isles, and he is more important than I am. Then there's my mother.
Tell me all.
Commanded Joe, sitting down on a tree stump and drawing Phil to his side. So Philidor related the whole of his strange story and even told how the medicine man had been released from Mombi's enchantment. When he had finished, the king slapped his thigh and sprang briskly to his feet.
I'll help you,
He declared promptly and began hooing and hawing so sorriously that Philidor had put both hands to his ears and Herbie dodged behind a tree to keep out of the draught.
Ho, ho, where are you, hi? Come back here, you rascal. Hi, boy. Ho, boy. I say hi, boy.
Whom are you calling? Faltered the little prince, removing one hand from his ear.
My horse.
Panted the king, beginning to tap, whistle, and clap his hands, and presently there was a clash, clatter, and scrape, and down the mountain slid the strangest steed Phil or the medicine man had ever beheld. It was, to be perfectly frank with you, a giant horse. And as you have doubtless never seen the giant horse, I better describe him at once. He was, to begin with, twice as large as an ordinary horse, and of a shiny purple. His eyes were red and ruggish, his mane white and flowing, while his tail was an umbrella. Yes, it really was. But it was his legs that were most remarkable. High Boy had telescope legs, capable of stretching up or down. When he slid into view, the front two were short, and the high two were long, so that he had the appearance of a kangaroo. A thistle bush hung loosely from the corner of his mouth, and he seemed quite annoyed at being disturbed.
What's up?
He snorted, rolling his eyes from one to another. As they finally rested on the medicine man, he began to chew up the thistle bush with great rapidity. Then, throwing back his head, he began to laugh as only a high horse can.
Better give him a laugh lozenge,
muttered his majesty, winking at Philidor, and Herbie, who really did not like being laughed at all, tiptoed forward and slipped several lozenges down High Boy's throat.
I can't help looking funny,
He exclaimed with great dignity.
I'm made from a funny mixture. Huh, huh,
Sniffed the giant horse, opening one eye.
I should say you are. That open front chest, that cup, hee. You're enough to make a horse laugh and a stone lion roar. Ho ho, ha ha.
There, cautioned the king. We all have our peculiarities. Herbie is a medicine man and just full of harmless remedies. There now. That will do.
It will have to do,
Coughed the giant horse. I can't ha another ha. Herbie and Phil exchanged a satisfied little nod at this, and the king, taking High Boy by the forelock, introduced him to the travelers.
Hi, boy, this is the Prince of the Azure Isles. Prince, my horse.
The giant horse pulled himself up and politely thrust out his hoof, which Philidor shook with some nervousness. Next Herbie was presented, and hastily munched a laugh lozenge, so he could not keep a straight face during the procedures.
Hi, boy, we'll carry you quickly to the capital. Won't you, old fellow?
High Boy nodded his head merely, and after several prances came over and stood beside the king. His legs were now all the same length, and as Philidor wondered how they should ever mount upon his back, there came a series of clicks. The horse's legs grew shorter and shorter, till its body almost touched the ground.
Hop on,
directed Joe, and seizing his lunch basket, Philidor hastened to obey. Herbie, holding his chest with both hands, climbed up after him, and the king, mounted last of all, gave the signal to start. Then up went High Boy's legs to an unbelievable height. Up snapped the umbrella tail, shading the travelers most comfortably. And next instant they were galloping over the purple mountains as fast as the west wind and south wind too. And riding a high horse has its advantages. Let me tell you, when climbing a mountain, it keeps its front legs short and its back legs long, so that its body is always on a level. That was quite fortunate, for Herbie and Philidor had trouble enough keeping their seats, and the little medicine man was jostled so and bounced about, he did nothing but groan.
My bottles will be smashed to bits,
he chattered anxiously.
Do you hear them knocking about?
Philidor certainly did, but was so excited and interested in the strange steed and his merry master, he could not be properly sympathetic.
Look,
he cried breathless. "We're almost to the top, and there's a purple city, and a castle high up in the clouds."
That's uptown, cried Joe King pridefully. And tiptoe place to be, isn't it? Hi-tee, oh boy. Take the highway up and the low way down, and when you are there you may have the town, he roared lustily. And here we are on my mountain top, where we have high times. Whoa, hi boy, stop! The giant horse, with a joyous neigh, did stop, for they were right at the city gates. No one came to admit them, so High Boy raised himself up and over the wall. "Open in the name of the law," he snorted impatiently. "The king and 2 strangers are without." End of chapter 9.
The Giant Horse of Oz by Ruth Plumly Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, High Times, Uptown. At High Boy's call, 2 Uplander guards in purple kilts came running to open the gates. They were as tall and comical as their king, and bowed deeply as they swung back the golden bars. High Boy was in such a haste to enter, he did not lower himself sufficiently, and the king's head was knocked severely on the top of the arch.
"Look what you're doing,"
spluttered his majesty, returning the salute of the guards and waving for 2 small pages to approach.
"Pray announce us to the queen," he commanded grandly. "Here are the right braves, and present Prince of the Azure Isles and his friend and companion, the Medicine Man of Oz."
The pages immediately raised their golden trumpets and blew 3 shrill blasts, and while Philodora secretly wondered what Puissant might mean, called loudly, "His high and mighty majesty the king, his brave and puissant highness the Prince of Azure Isles and the Medicine Man of Oz."
How about me?
whined High Boy, shaking his mane and prancing along so skitishly that Herbie threw his arms round Philodora to keep from falling off. "And the high horse!" shouted the pages joyously, at which the irrepressible beast rose on his hind legs and bowed to the left and the right. The Uplanders, who had run to the doors and the windows at the pages' loud cries, clapped and cheered, first for the king, next for the visitors, and lastly for High Boy himself. To the noise and confusion was simply tremendous. Whether High Boy saw one of his friends leaning from the upper window, he stretched his telescope legs. "Hello, Mary," he would snort, nudging his little girl, or whoever it chanced to be, with his snuff nose. "Hello, Jim." Then down he would drop to greet the old gentleman in a basement doorway, so that his 3 riders had an exceedingly up and down time of it. But even so, Philodora managed to see a lot of uptown. The streets of the strange mountain city were narrow and steep, the houses tall and towered. There were glimpses of gardens at the back, gardens sweet with hazelnut and lilac, and in the open spaces between grew the tallest grass Philodora had ever imagined. A purple haze hung in the air, and the castle, ringed majestically from the top of the town, seemed to rest on an airy embankment of clouds. In almost no time, they were in the courtyard of the castle itself, the pages tooting away for dear life. A dozen of the king's retainers rushed out, and Philodora, gazing upward, saw a lovely lady in a lavender lace dress leaning over the balcony. She wore an amethyst crown, and guessed at once that she must be the queen.
Hey, hey, Hyacinth.
Lengthening his legs till his body was on a level with the balcony, High Boy rested his head affectionately on the queen's shoulder.
Did you miss me?
He whined hoarsely.
Of course, smiled her highness, nodding pleasantly to Herbie and Phil.
The king, with a great grunt, had immediately flung himself off High Boy's back, and the little prince and medicine man made haste to follow. On closer inspection, Philodora found Queen Hyacinth even lovelier than she seemed from the courtyard. Although her nose and mouth tipped upward like the king's, she was so gay and pretty that the little prince almost wished she were his own lady mother, and did not mind at all when she kissed him on both cheeks. Herbie blushed with pleasure as the queen shook his hand and held him stiffly to keep his pills from rattling, while 2 Uplander footmen drew out high chairs for the visitors and fetched tall glasses of grape juice. Joe King told Her Majesty the strange story of their adventures. When Hyacinth heard how Mombi had long ago stolen Philodora's mother, she kissed him again, then hurrying into the castle, ordered the royal cook to prepare a tremendous feast for the travelers. Highboy, resting his chin on the balcony rail, had listened with close attention to the whole recital, and now with a tremendous sigh he began to lower himself to the courtyard.
Goodbye, old tough,
He called, ruggishly, to the medicine man.
See you again, Princeling, but now the tall grass is calling me.
Does he eat tall grass? Philodora, looking over the balcony with great interest at Highboy, galloped away.
Of course, that's what make him so tall. What do you suppose a high horse ate?
Asked the king merrily. Leading the visitors into the castle, he left them in a sumptuous dressing room with amethyst mirrors and brushes and gorgeous silk hanging. Philodora was glad enough to wash off the dust and brush his hair, but Herbie spent most of the time rearranging the bottles and mixes in his medicine chest.
Better take a couple of these,
He advised as the little prince started for the door.
What are they for?
Asked Phil curiously, as Herbie swallowed several of the pills himself.
For yawns,
Exclaimed the medicine man quickly.
When there's a feast, there's bound to be talking. Now speeches always make me sleepy. So to keep from yawning and offending their majesties, I have taken this slight precaution.
Give me a couple of precautions, too.
Laughed Philodora.
I hope they won't keep us long, Herbie, for we ought to be halfway to the Emerald City by now.
As Philodora and the medicine man stepped through the doorway, they were met by a tremendous uplander who introduced himself as Hijinks. He was Joe King's chief advisor and immediately conducted them to the dining hall, where he seated them between the king and queen. Herbie was quite right about the speeches. Almost everyone at the table made a speech, complimenting the little prince on his bravery and wishing him a success on his perilous journey. But the medicine man's pills worked so well that neither he nor Philodora yawned even once during the entire procedure. As for the luncheon, it might have been a birthday party at least, for the numbers of goodies served. What with chicken and waffles, sweet potatoes, and hot biscuits, not to mention the cream cake, custard pie, and lavender ices, Philodora decided he could never be hungry again. Queen Hyacinth had ordered a lunch packed for the travelers, and when Herbie and Philodora both declared they could not eat another bite, Joe King himself went off to search for his high horse.
On high, boy, you will reach the capital in no time,
His Majesty assured them earnestly.
and when you have saved the Azure Isles and saved your royal mother, you must come back and pay us a real visit.
This Philodora readily promised to do, also to find out from Ozma what had become of the Good Witch of the North, for, without a ruler, the Gillikin country was open to war and infestation by hostile tribes. While they were waiting for the high horse to appear, Phil and the medicine man expressed a desire to walk about the city, Joe giving each of them an umbrella in case a storm came up. As he put it, hurried off to find Highboy himself. Greatly encouraged by a happy change in their fortunes, Philodora and Herbie walked briskly along High Street, stopping now and then to gaze in the shop windows or to wave to the friendly children playing in the doorways. They were careful to keep close to the castle and were about to turn back when a great gust of wind came tearing across the town, flattening them against the side of the house. They had just time to open their umbrellas when a storm broke with such suddenness and fury they could neither see nor hear nor call for help. And they most certainly needed. Philodora made a confused glimpse of an old uplander putting down his umbrella and jumping into it before the wind seized his own and whirled him aloft like a kite. Drenched and breathless, he soared over the city. Fortunately, the wind was light and buoyant, and the umbrella strong and sturdy, so that when it did come down, Philodora landed gently enough. The storm seemed to be left behind, and scrambling to his feet, the little prince looked anxiously upward. He was at the very bottom of Joe King's mountain, and the top was still hidden by the black storm clouds. Though he looked and looked, not one glimpse of the city nor castle towers could he watch. With a discouraged sigh, he turned about just in time to see the medicine man sail down in the midst of the huckleberry bush.
Well,
sputtered Herbie, putting down his umbrella and putting himself out of great difficulty.
What do you think of this?
not much.
Confessed Philodora ruefully.
We've lost Highboy, and we haven't time to go back in. The good witch's thinking cap is gone too, mourned the medicine man, clapping his hand to his head. We'll have to do our own thinking hereafter. Herbie opened his medicine chest and peered in, and presently he was crunching away at one of the remedies when Philodora, who had been looking about, called that he was ready to start. The medicine man came almost cheerfully. We still have the jumping rope, he reminded the boy happily, and we still have the lunch basket, and we're over the first mountain. Philodora nodded soberly and wondered what Herbie had been talking to make him so cheerful. For his part, he could not help thinking that their fall had been most unfortunate. Without the thinking cap, how were they to know which direction to take? And without Highboy's long legs to help them, how were they to reach the Emerald City in time? Ahead loomed the still higher hill. Sighing deeply, he trudged along the rocky little path, his head down and lunch basket trailing wistfully from his head. If we'd only stayed in the castle, he mused softly, this never would have happened. Herbie did not answer, but quietly passed him a small round box. Comfort pills will cure any trouble that hasn't happened, announced the label. Absently, the little prince took two and handed the box back. As he popped the pills into his mouth, there was a joyful snort and stamp behind him. It was the king's horse, and with outspread arms, Philodora ran to meet him. Why didn't you wait for me? Whined Highboy, lowering himself down to the boy's height, and looking reproachfully into his eyes. I've been looking for you all over the mountain. The storm came up and blew us away, exclaimed Philodora hastily. Did you put your umbrellas down? Asked Highboy, nodding amiably to the medicine man. Why should we put them down? Questioned Herbie, plucking up his forehead. It was raining. Of course it was raining. Wasn't I there too? But you must know that in our country the storms come up, and the thing to do is to put your umbrella down and jump in it. Like this, explained Highboy, swinging his umbrella tail expertly under his telescope legs and standing calmly in the center of it. Then when the rain comes, you don't get wet or blown away. Always put your umbrella down when a storm comes up, he finished, jumping out of his umbrella and swinging it back into place. Philodora was too surprised to make any remark, but Herbie, delighted to see the king's famous steed, put his foot into a stirrup and pulled up into the saddle. Do you know the way to the Emerald City? He asked breathlessly. 2 mountains and a couple of countries to the south, answered High Horse curiously. Up with you, for legs are better than 2, especially when you are my kind. To this Philodora could agree most heartily, and swinging himself up in front of Herbie, he took the reins hanging loosely around Highboy's neck and begged him to start. I did always want to see the capital, confessed Highboy, trotting smartly along the stony path. I did hear that he is a sawhorse at the Emerald City, and I want to see whether he is as handsome and as useful as I am. He couldn't possibly be as nice, sighed Philodora, putting both arms round Highboy's neck. You're even better than my seahorse. Hey! Well, what do you think of that? With a snort of surprise and pleasure, the king's horse set off for the second mountain at such a pace that the wind whistled like a hurricane. Hold on, boys, he neighed boisterously. I'm your friend for life. A very fast friend, started Herbie, clutching Philodora by the belt and wincing each time he struck the saddle. And so up the mountain pondered Highboy, his front legs short, his back legs long, and his umbrella tail swishing behind him. End of Chapter 10. The Giant Horse of Oz by Ruth Plumly Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, The King of Cave City. The same morning that Philodora was having his amazing experiences in the Good Witch's hut and on Joe King's mountain, Trot and her friends were having some curious adventures in cave sitting. Where are we going? Asked Trot, following the older merman cautiously, and once almost treading on his tail. To the king, answered the merman sadly. Do you call this a city? Sniffed the scarecrow, looking scornfully down the
dim, damp corridors opening to right and left, and the muddy stream of water flowing through the center.
No, I don't call it a city,
wheezed their guide, resting for a few moments on his crutches.
But you had better not let the cavemen hear you criticizing their town. It will go hard enough with you as it is.
Sighing to himself, the old fellow went, tapping along on his crutches.
Wait till Silly sees you,
he mumbled mournfully. Who's Silly? Inquired Benny, picking up a boulder and hurling it to the center of the stream.
The king,
replied the merman without turning round.
Humph,
chuckled the Scarecrow, winking at Trot.
I've known many a king who acted silly and who looked silly, but I've never met one who called himself that. Do you mean to say you call him silly right to his face? To his side face,
answered the merman solemnly.
He only has half a face,
he added, stopping again.
That's all anyone has here. That's all you have presently,
he predicted gloomily.
Half a face,
gasped Trot, putting one hand to her cheek and looking round uneasily.
Why, what do you mean?
Are you a caveman?
demanded the Scarecrow, running around and planting himself in front of the old merman.
If you're not, get us out of here. My face may be funny, but I'm attached to it, and it's attached to me, and nobody can have half a Trot's face either.
Nor mine, panted Benny, bringing his stone heels together with a resounding click. Show us the way out of here, or I'll tread on your tail.
There is no way out,
quivered their guide, sitting down on a sapphire rock and waving his tail about sadly.
I've been here for years, ever since Mombi stole the Queen of the Azure Isles and sent Quitabiran to plague the islanders.
Mombi? Why, Mombi was put out
2 years ago, exclaimed Trot, dropping down on another rock.
Do you mean to say she stole this queen before then? And were these Azure Isles we flew over this morning?
Were they jeweled islands?
inquired the merman eagerly.
And did you see a city of sapphires?
Trot shook her head quickly, and the old merman, covering his face with both sides, began to rock to and fro with grief.
If I could but see the Sapphire City once more, if I could just see the jeweled rocks and the blue waters of Arzuran,
he mumbled miserably.
Then you're a prisoner too,
asked Trot, leaning forward sympathetically.
Who are you?
demanded the Scarecrow again.
And how is it you still have both sides of your face? Because the blue ray could not destroy a waterman,
said the old man proudly, and sitting up he told them a strange story.
My name is Orpra,
he announced sadly.
And I was keeper of the king's seahorses. Every morning I would drive them from the jeweled caverns to graze upon the green plants at the bottom of the lake, bringing them back when the king and his subjects wished to ride. Yes, for many years I cared for the seahorses to Cheerabed, who gave me not only everything I wished, but had these golden crutches made for me so I could travel on land as well as in the water.
Are all the inhabitants of the Azure Isles like you?
interrupted Trot.
Or have they wings like the birdman who brought us here?
I am the only merman in these parts, and the other islanders have 2 legs like yourself. I never saw any with wings,
exclaimed Orpra, regarding the little girl with a puzzled frown. Let him tell his story, and then we'll tell ours, advised Benny, who was extremely interested in the old man's recital.
There isn't much more,
sighed the merman gloomily.
Everything went well and happily, till the day the little prince of the Azure Isles was 2 years old. Then Mombi suddenly appeared, snatched up her majesty, and flew off. The same day Quinabiran came roaring across the lake. One by one he devoured the herd of seahorses on which the Azure Islanders were accustomed to ride to the mainland. When I tried to defend them, he seized me and thrust me into this cave. Leaping through the waterfall, I escaped the cave city and have been a prisoner ever since. If I refuse to obey the cavemen, they shut me up without water, Without water I cannot live, so as their slave I have been forced to work in this dismal underground cavern."
"Just wait till Ozma hears this," cried Trot indignantly.
That monster tried to catch us too, but he caught himself now and never will get away.
"Do you mean it?"
Opera sprang to his crutches and looked joyfully from one to the other. Trot hastily told them how the Birdman carried them from the Emerald City to Quinabiran's cave, how they, too, had escaped through the waterfall, and how the great monster, rushing after them, had become wedged in a narrow passageway.
"I wish the king knew about this. If Cherubed knew, he'd start at once in search of the queen,"
cried Orpha excitingly.
"We'll tell him as soon as we're out," proposed the Scarecrow cheerfully, "and help him find the queen besides."
"But how are we to get out?"
groaned the merman dismally.
"I've been here for 20 years.
"I will fight these cavemen," declared Benny, picking up a rock and glancing begeeringly from left to right.
"Hush!"
warned the Scarecrow in a low voice. "We are being shadowed."
What's that?
shivered Trot as a cold, damp wind went whistling past her ears, and a long series of wails came echoing through the cavern.
"The cavemen,
Whispered Orpra, quickening his pace.
they're coming to get you."
"They won't get me," blustered Benny, brandishing his umbrella in one hand and the rock in the other.
What?
"They're shadows," cried Trot, seizing the Scarecrow's arm.
Live shadows!
"Silhouettes,"
corrected the merman, placing himself boldly in front of the little girl. Rushing along both sides of the wall came the cavemen, shouting and yelling and waving their shadow swords and clubs. You have seen the picture of Egyptian silhouettes carved on old tombs and walls. Well, the cavemen were like that, except they could move and talk.
Pooh! Who's afraid?
Stuttered Trot as the threatening shadows swept along each side of the cave.
Surrender,
called the blue shade, armed with a long spear.
surrender in the name of King Silly the Second.
"Nonsense!" puffed the Scarecrow, shaking his cotton fist at the shadow, while Benny let the rock fly directly at the speaker. It struck the wall with a terrific thud, but the silhouette did not even seem to notice it. At the same time, the three travelers felt an irresistible force pushing them forward. The cavemen themselves were moving backwards.
You are summoned into the presence of the king,
Announced the pikeman in a high, thin voice. "Well, I'll be pebbled," panted the stone man, for even Benny's great weight could not withstand the relentless force that was dragging them along with the shadow army. Afra tried to comfort them, but there was little the old man could say in the presence of this cruel and ghostly company. When at last they reached the king's cavern, even Betty felt dismayed. King Silly II was so immense he took up one side of the royal cave. He was sitting sideways, like all the other shadows, upon a throne roughly drawn on rocks. His one eye rolled angry around at the intruders, and his subjects grouped themselves around the throne. He called loudly,
"Nobody's allowed here. How dare you clutter up my kingdom with your miserable bodies?"
"We can't help being ourselves," faltered Trot, eyeing his majesty nervously. "And if you tell us the way of your kingdom, we'll go immediately."
"Faster than that, even,"
added the Scarecrow, looking round with a stutter.
"Hold your mouth,"
advised the king sharply.
"Since you are here, you might as well be silhouettes too. I need some new slaves. Pray stand against that wall yonder with your best size, and I'll have you melted down to shadows."
"I won't be a shadow," cried Benny, stamping his foot determinedly. "I'm going to the Emerald City so I can be a real person."
"You'll make an excellent shadow,"
murmured the king, resting his chin upon his arm.
"But look here,"
protested the Scarecrow, waving his hat to attract his majesty's attention.
"you can't do this. We are important subjects of Ozma of Oz, and when we fail to return, she will come here with her army and destroy you."
"She can't fight shadows,"
answered the king calmly.
"Fetch the bouquet, Oziras."
Backing along the wall, the blue shadow thus addressed left the cavern, returning presently with a flaming blue torch. As the weird blue light danced all over the ceilings, Trot seized her two friends by the hands. "Run!" panted Trot rapidly, but at their first step, the same invisible force that had swept them into the king's presence thrust them back against the left wall of the cave. "This way," exclaimed the king, smiling icily, "will destroy your clumsy bodies of yours and transform you useful shades. Quick, best sides out." "I'm going to become a shadow before I become a man?" groaned Benny, glancing about desperately.
Will I be the shadow of myself?
Moaned the Scarecrow, putting both hands before his face and crouching back against the wall. "Never mind," comforted Trot. "Maybe it won't hurt much, and we won't have to be shadows long, for Ozma will soon miss us, and then the silly old king will be sorry as well as silly." "Who is to be first?" inquired the monarch. Giving no heed to Trot's remark, Benny glanced from the blazing blue torch to Trot and then quickly stepped forward. "I will be the first. But beware, when I become a shadow, I'll toss you off your throne. I'll throw you to the shadow bits. Benny got no further, for at this juncture, Azira's turned the blue torch full upon him. There was a sparkle and flash as the blue flame sprayed against the wall, and then such a roar and grind that the Scarecrow toppled over like 10 pins, and Trot clamped both hands to her ears. End of chapter 11. The Giant Horse of Oz by Ruth Plumly Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, Escape from Cave City. The last thing Trot remembered was an ear-splitting explosion, a terrible tumble through a dark tunnel, a terrific splash, and the sudden shock of finding herself underwater. Choking and spluttering, the little girl struck out valiantly, and as she did, two wet arms clasped themselves around her waist, and she felt herself being borne swiftly upward. Next instant, the warm sun was shining on her face, and, opening her eyes, Trot found herself on the surface of Lake Oziran. Supporting her with one arm, Orpha was swimming steadily toward a rocky beach. Blinking and gasping, for she had swallowed a dreadful dose of salt water, the little girl tried to look for her friend. But there was no sign of Benny or the Scarecrow, nor of the jeweled islands she had seen before the Birdman dropped her in Quinnibearn's cave. Too exhausted to ask questions, Trot let the old merman tow her ashore. As it grew shallower, he lifted her in his arms and set her on a high rock, out of reach of the tide.
"Now I must go back for the others," he wheezed hoarsely. "But we're free, my girl, and all our troubles are over."
Trot smiled faintly, too wet and shaken to say a word, and, with a joyous flirt of his tail, Orpha disappeared under the waves, but the warm sunshine and bracing breeze soon restored Trot to herself. Wringing out her dress and shaking back her hair, she began to look eagerly for the return of Orpha. She wondered just how she had reached the bottom of the lake, and whether Benny and the Scarecrow had been blown there with her. And before she had answered this question to her own satisfaction, the hard head of the stone man appeared suddenly above the water. At each step he rose higher, and Orpha, swimming joyfully at his side, waved gaily to Trot. Benny was carrying the Scarecrow in his arms, and when they reached the little girl's rock, the straw man gave a feeble cheer. Benny had lost his high hat and umbrella, and was covered with clinging seaweeds, but at sight of Trot, safe and sound upon the rocks, his stone lips parted in a broad smile. "Well," rasped Benny joyfully, "this is better than being shades, but let's go in where it's drier."
"By all means," coughed the Scarecrow. "I feel like a sponge."
As Benny came opposite, Trot, standing on tiptoe, put her arms round his neck. Striding easily over the jagged rocks, the stone man carried both Trot and the Scarecrow far up on the beach. The merman had recovered his crutches by this time, and hobbed happily along behind them.
"I'm glad you're not a real man yet,"
muttered the Scarecrow as Benny put him carefully down on the sand.
"A real man could never have walked along the bottom of the lake, nor saved us from being shadows."
"Did I save you?" asked Benny, easing Trot down beside the Scarecrow.
"Of course you did."
Dragging himself up beside the others, Orpha beamed on his former statue.
When you refused to melt into a shadow, Aziras turned the blue ray higher and higher till it exploded and blew out the side of the cave and carried us all to the bottom of the lake.
But where are the Azure Isles? Questioned Trot, standing up and shading her eyes with one hand.
Back there,
exclaimed Orpha, waving toward the west.
That blue ray blew us clear across the bottom of the lake to the mainland.
I shall never be the same, the Scarecrow assured them softly. I feel like an aquarium. Is my face washed off, Trot? And see what's got into my chest, will ya? Trot thrust her hand into the Scarecrow's stuffed shirt, and, with a little grimace, brought forth a wriggling fish. There were several crabs and a turtle in the Scarecrow's pockets, but after they had shaken him well and restored the wiggling creatures to the lake, Trot and Orpha wrung out the poor straw man and stretched him in the sun to dry.
You'll be all right soon,
smiled Trot, giving him a little hug.
and when we reach the Emerald City, you can have yourself laundered and restuffed, and I'll retouch your face with my new paints.
But what are we going to do now? Asked Benny, surveying the little girl expectantly.
Well,
Answered Trot, shaking back her wet hair.
I think we better go back to the Emerald City as soon as we can, so that Ozma can find the Queen of the Azure Isles and keep Grutter from doing any more mischief. Don't you think, Orpha?
That's the best thing I've heard since I escaped from Cave City,
smiled the merman.
And if you can spare me, I will swim right now and tell Cheerbed the good news. Don't be too sure it will be good,
sighed the Scarecrow, raising his hand with great effort. He still felt damp and depressed, but Trot shook the old merman heartily by the hand and promised to return with Ozma to the Azure Isles.
I'd like to see the Sapphire City again,
finished Trot. If Trot comes, I'll come too, promised Benny. But you may not know me, for I'll be a real person after I have seen the Wizard of Oz.
You're a real person now,
chuckled Orpha, tapping Benny on the arm with his golden crutch.
And Cheerbed will reward you well for your services.
I hope they won't hang wreaths around my neck, worried Benny, as the merman dove into the lake. I hate wreaths. When do we start on, Trot?
As soon as the Scarecrow dries off and I find something to eat,
answered Trot.
Oh, Benny, I'm so hungry.
What's that? Inquired Benny in surprise.
It's the way she's made,
exclaimed the Scarecrow patiently.
And one of those inconveniences of being a real person. Real people, my dear Benny, must eat 3 times a day, at least. I'm glad I'm stuffed with straw. And you may thank your hackers and your hooers that you are made of stone.
But what will she eat? Asked Benny, staring at Trot with a worried frown.
Oh, I'll find something,
laughed Trot, who was used to taking care of herself and picking up lunches in strange lands. Running to the top of a small sand dune, she looked carefully all around and soon found a big clump of beach bombs. A toast tree grew nearby, and between the two, Trot fared extremely well. The brisk breezes dried their clothes while she ate, and, feeling rested and refreshed, Trot skipped back to her companions, thinking how astonished Dorothy and Betsy would be when she told them about Cave City and the Birdman. The Scarecrow was telling Benny something of life in the capital, and the more the public benefactor heard about the strange and marvelous city, the more anxious he was to be off. The Scarecrow himself could now walk without collapsing, so as soon as Trot appeared, they both declared themselves ready to start.
I know this country,
declared the Scarecrow with a knowing wink.
We have but to walk east until we come to Ginger's cottage, then proceed in the southwestern direction till we reach the Emerald City itself.
Who is Ginger? Inquired Benny, tramping heavily through the tall grass.
A young lady who gathered an army of girls and conquered the Emerald City when I was emperor,
answered the Scarecrow with a merry glance at Trot. How unladylike, mused the Stone Man. Are you not afraid he will conquer you again?
Dear me, no,
laughed the Scarecrow.
That's all over and done with, and Ginger and I are the best friends. I was tired of being emperor anyway.
He finished carelessly.
It's more fun being yourself.
Will I be myself when I'm a real man? Asked the statue soberly. I'm beginning to feel happy the way I am.
That's because you're helping everybody,
exclaimed Trot, giving a little pat. Is it? Stroking his chin thoughtfully, the Stone Man stopped. I don't even mind losing my hat and umbrella, he finished in surprise.
We'll soon find you new ones,
promised the Scarecrow.
as soon as we reach the Emerald City. And when you help find the lost queen, you can settle with us and be happy ever afterward.
How long is that? Benny eyed the straw man with deep interest.
For as long as you live.
Announced Trot with a little skip. Then I hope I live always, sighed Benny. I'd hate to stand still for 50 years like I did before, and if I'm ever called upon to be a statue again, I hope I'd be a sitting-down statue. You have no idea how tiresome it is standing up for yourself and somebody you have never seen, year after year. The Scarecrow nodded sympathetically, and talking of this and that, but especially of the Azure Isles, the three travelers crossed several meadows and finally came to a narrow blue highway. It was so narrow they had to walk single file, but as the Scarecrow declared that any road was better than none, they proceeded along the highway until the straw man, who was in the lead, came to a full stop.
What's the matter?
Demanded Trot, who came next. The Scarecrow squeezed aside so the others could see ahead, and, peering anxiously over the shoulder, Trot saw a curious blue turnstile.
Shall we go on?
Asked the Scarecrow uncertainly.
Or shall we go back?
Standing on tiptoes, Trot tried to see where the road beyond the turnstile went.
Let's go on,
decided Trot, who could not help feeling curious. So the Scarecrow stepped through the turnstile, and the others quickly followed him. Round the first bend in the road hung a big circular sign, Roundabout Way.
Maybe the longest way round is the shortest way home,
observed the Scarecrow.
And now that we are on it, we may as well deliver where this road goes.
But it was impossible to see. Bushy trees grew on either side of the blue pathway, and it curved so that they could see only a few feet ahead.
This makes me dizzy,
confessed Trot after they had gone around dozens and dozens of curves.
Do you suppose it leads anywhere at all?
Well, here's a roundhouse,
exclaimed the Scarecrow.
Shall we go in?
Coming round the last curve, Trot and Benny saw an enormous wooden dome, larger than 10 circular tents rolled into one. There were round windows in the walls, halfway up in the side toward them a swiftly revolving door. Before the others had quite decided what to do, the Scarecrow stepped through the swinging door and disappeared.
Now we'll have to go in,
declared Trot anxiously, and waiting for a chance, she dashed after the Scarecrow, and Benny stepped into the section immediately back of Trot. End of Chapter 12. The Giant Horse of Oz by Ruth Plumly Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. The Roundabouties. Stepping into the revolving door was one thing, stepping out another. It whirled and spun so rapidly that poor Trot grew giddy and breathless. And when she did manage to escape, she fell headlong. The Scarecrow and Benny, not being real persons, did not suffer from giddiness. But they, too, lost their balance when they stepped out and lay face down into the sawdust that covered the floor of the round house. The Scarecrow was first up, also first down again, for no sooner did they rise and try to walk forward before they were violently flung on their noses.
Let's go back,
said the Scarecrow after the sixth tumble.
I can't stand this.
I can't stand it all, complained Benny, rolling over and looking appealingly at Trot.
Neither can I,
confessed Trot, trying to wiggle backwards without getting up. But this proved impossible, and finding they could not move backward or forward, the three travelers sat up and looked blankly at one another.
Why not try going around?
Suggested a rugged voice in Trot's ear, and, turning with a start, the little girl saw a perfectly round young man, smiling amiably down upon her. His head was round and covered with red ringlets. His legs and arms were short and round, and his hands and feet were regular tennis balls.
See?
Cried the little man, bouncing easily to one side.
We go round in rings here. Won't you join our family circle?
He invited pleasantly. For the first time, Trot became aware of a great clamor and confusion in the roundhouse. A big ring of roundabouties were revolving merrily, 20 yards off. Inside that, she could see still another circle moving in the opposite direction. The loud ringing voices of these pudgy little people made her ears ring. And while she was considering the roundabouties' invitation, his head began to spin merrily upon his pecked neck.
Oh, look,
wailed Trot, seizing the Scarecrow's arm.
Whatever shall we do?
Everything's going round, even their heads.
Your head will turn as easy as mine,
promised the roundaboutie, leaning down to take Trot's hand in his own.
Come round this way.
Please! In a panic, Trot pulled the Scarecrow with her, and he, in turn, took hold of Benny. Stepping rapidly to the right, they moved toward the first circle and were quickly drawn into the ring.
Did you once say you wanted to dance?
Chuckled the Scarecrow, looking up mischievously at Benny.
Well, now's your chance, old boulder. But don't step on my foot.
And dance they certainly did, round and round and round, till Trot really began to suspect her head was turning too.
Don't you ever stop,
panted the little girl, raising her voice above the shouts and yelling of the roundabouties, who seemed to be enjoying themselves tremendously.
Nope.
Puffing out his cheeks, the little roundaboutie beamed upon Trot.
We never stop. We just keep on going round together. Isn't it fun?
Trot shook her head violently and tried to break out of the circle, but the little fellows would not let go. After circling so many times that she lost all count, a bell clanged from the center of the ring. Immediately, Trot and her friends were thrusted into a second circle, which began revolving in the opposite direction. The second circle was a singing circle, and as each roundaboutie was singing a different song, you could imagine the awful discords. Trot groaned and would have put her fingers in her ears, but her hands were held so tightly that this was impossible. After discovering that there were 2 more circles and a merry-go-round in the exact center, Trot closed her eyes and skipped dizzily on.
If anyone ever makes me play a round game,
reflected Trot grimly,
I'll hit them. Yes, I will.
Benny and the Scarecrow did not mind so much, but even they grew tired of the continuous turning and the spinning heads of their strange comrades.
We're close to the center,
called the Scarecrow as they were pushed into the third circle.
Maybe when we reach the middle, something will happen. I wouldn't mind riding on a merry-go-round.
Well, rasped the stone man, skipping stiffly as he spoke, I've never ridden on a merry-go-round yet, but if riding on one is just part of being alive, I suppose I'll have to try.
Whoops, whoops.
Of course you will. Wait till our ringleader sees you,
chortled the roundaboutie next to him. Trot opened her eyes as they were propelled into the last circle. At any other time she might have enjoyed a merry-go-round ride, but as she went skipping giddily around the really splendid carousel in the center of the roundhouse, she wished herself safely outside, or in any place she could be still and quiet. When the bell sounded, the merry-go-round stopped. The roundabouties who had been on it slid off, and the roundabouties in Trot's circle climbed on. Pushed upward by 2 of the merry little men, Trot found herself seated on a zebra before she could say a word. The Scarecrow was already mounted on a tiger. It looked so much like the Hungry Tiger of Oz, it made him quite homesick. Benny, after several unsuccessful attempts to mount a wooden elephant, stood stiffly beside Trot's zebra. The merry-go-round was so immense that the round and round motion grew less and less noticeable, and presently Trot, becoming less dizzy, began to be more interested in her surroundings. In the hollow center of the merry-go-round stood a large round table, and seated about was a whole company of roundabouties. One had a merry-go-round rings in both ears, and one through the nose. He held a large silver bell, and Trot immediately decided that he must be the ringleader of the riotous band. His head turned more slowly than the heads of his subjects, and as Trot passed, he smiled at her presently. Beside the round table, a round tower rose from the floor to the ceiling of the roundhouse. Trot glanced at it curiously each time she went by, and finally made out a round door with a black ring in the center at the bottom of the tower. She had just made this interesting discovery when the ringleader rang the bell. Taking Benny's hand and motioning for the Scarecrow to follow, Trot jumped off on the inside of the merry-go-round and politely approached the ringleader.
Could you please show us the way out of your house?
asked Trot, bowing nervously.
We're on an important mission,
put in the Scarecrow,
and must reach the Emerald City tonight.
Your mission from now on is to make me laugh,
roared the ringleader, holding his head still with both hands so he could better observe the scarecrow.
Ha ha, you're enough to make a kangaroo laugh.
I don't care a cat's whispers for your opinion,
Exclaimed the scarecrow indignantly, as all the other roundabouties began to roar with their little round roar. Shall I hit somebody? Asked Benny, stepping close to the round table and bringing his fat fist down with a thud that shook the house.
Ring the bell,
Cried the roundaboutie next to the ringleader.
keep them going round, that's the way to keep them around here.
As the leader lifted his arm to ring the silver bell, Trot broke away and, being careful to run sideways, rushed towards the door in the round tower. Seizing the ring, she jerked it open and pulled up the spiral staircase, curling aloft. Almost instantly there was a thud behind her, and turning about, she saw that Benny and the Scarecrow were right at her heels. Round and round, up and up, toward Trot, not daring to look back and growing more breathless at every step. She could hear the screams and shouts of the roundabouties down below, and the thud at the rebel souls on the stair. Frightened as she was, determined though she was to escape, at the 110-step Trot breath failed her. Sinking down, she covered her face with her hands and waited for the mischievous land to seize her. Instead, two hard arms caught her up, and Benny, who had never tired nor lost his breath, pounded round and up to the very top of the flight. Butting a trap door in the center of the tower open with his hand, he ran the last 3 steps of the spiral staircase, leaned down, dragged the Scarecrow through the opening, then slammed down the trap door and sat on it just as the first roundaboutie reached the top.
That, declared the Scarecrow sulkily, was the funniest race I was ever in. And now that we're up here, how shall we get down?
The trapdoor was bumping up and down from the furious thumps of the roundabouties, and even Benny's great weight could not hold it down indefinitely.
We'll have to slide to earth,
Muttered the Scarecrow after an earnest glance all around.
Do you think you can stand sliding, my dear? I tell you.
As Trot looked uncertainly down the curving surface of the huge wooden roof.
Let me sit in Benny's lap, and you, Trot, shall sit in mine. Then all together we'll slide. The splinters won't hurt Benny.
Better hurry up, advised the stone man, blinking his round eyes furiously as the thuds on the trapdoor grew more and more determined. Hurry up,
You mean hurry down, don't you?
smiled the Scarecrow, dropping into Benny's lap. Then Trot sat carefully on top. Benny clasped his arms round both them and shoved off. Next instant they were tobogganing down the roundhouse roof, faster and faster and faster. When they reached the edge, they had gained such speed and momentum that they shot over an entire forest before they came to a stop, stunned by the terrific force of their landing, but thanks to the Scarecrow, quite unhurt. Trot sat up and looked inquiringly around. We're still in the Munchkin country, panted the little girl, pointing to a blue farmhouse not far away.
And we're certainly covered a lot of ground. I mean air,
Coughed the Scarecrow, making an successful effort to arise.
Shake me up, Trot. I'm flat as a fritter. Are you all right, Benny, my boulder?
My coattails are a bit chipped, answered the stone man calmly. But that is a small price to pay for freedom. This is a curious country, my dear, he observed, turning to Trot. Everyone wishes to make us into being like himself.
A fault you will find with people everywhere, even in your own world,
Puffed the Scarecrow as Trot shook and pounded him into shape.
Everybody thinks his way is the right way.
Let's take a straight road this time,
Interrupted Trot, who disliked long arguments, and, giving the Scarecrow a final pat, pulled him exultantly to his feet.
Have we lost our way, Scarecrow?
The straw man looked long and earnestly in every direction.
That's the road,
He called finally, waving toward the east.
and I'll wager it leads right to Ginger's door.
Come on, then, rumbled Benny impatiently. I should like to meet the girl who conquered a city. End of chapter 13. The Giant Horse of Oz by Ruth Plumly Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. A Meeting of Celebrities.
Conquering a city is not so much.
Observed the Scarecrow as they started across the blue field.
Trot conquered an island in the sky and has a whole book of history written about her adventures there.
Did you really? Staring down at the little girl with wonder and admiration, Benny begged her to tell the story. So as they hurried to the blue cottage, Tot told how she and Button Bright and Cap and Bill had flown on a magic umbrella to Sky Island, conquered the pinks and blues, and how she had been crowned queen of the island. She was trying to explain to Benny why she preferred being a little girl in the Emerald City to a queen in the sky, when the Scarecrow gave a sharp cry of alarm and sprang back from the road. Thunderous hoofbeats came pounding along the highway, and as Trot and Benny jumped out of the way, an astonishing steed galloped pen-pole by them. It carried 2 riders, but as they were seated on a level with the treetop, they were almost invisible. About all Trot and her companions could see were Highboy's legs, for of course it was Highboy. And never having seen a high horse in the whole course of their lives, the 3 travelers pressed back against the low wall at the side of the road.
Hey!
Yelled the Scarecrow, torn between fright and curiosity.
Where?
Whined the high horse, stopped short, and coming so suddenly that Phil and the medicine man were nearly jolted out of the saddle.
Did you say, hey?
He repeated gently, his head now on a level with the Scarecrow. Aha! Leaning forward, he snatched several wisps out of the Scarecrow's shirt front and munched them with great relish.
Stop!
Commanded Trot sharply as the Scarecrow, clutching his shirt front together, began to climb over the wall.
You mustn't eat the Scarecrow. He's alive.
Oh, all right then,
sighed Highboy, looking curiously down at Trot.
But he stated it, you know. I should have never lowered myself to speak to you at all if he had not hollered, hey.
What I really meant was how,
stuttered the Scarecrow, balancing himself on top of the wall and ready to jump either way.
How do you do?
He finished, jerking off his hat nervously.
As I'm told sometimes, and as I please others,
sniffed Highboy, switching his tail impatiently.
But if it's how and not hey, I might as well get up and go on again.
No, wait, directed Philodor, greatly interested in the appearance of the 3 travelers. The Scarecrow had recognized at once from a picture he had seen in a history at home. This gentleman lives in the Emerald City, Highboy, and perhaps he will show us the way to the capital. At the little prince's words, the Scarecrow quickly jumped down off the wall.
We're going to the Emerald City ourselves,
he exclaimed in surprise.
It's in the opposite direction from the one you're taking.
We're hunting a queen, exclaimed Benny, deciding it was about time he got into the conversation.
Why, so are we,
cried the medicine man, leaning so far out to the side that his chest flew open and spilled half its contents in the road. Trot and the Scarecrow were extremely shocked at this unexpected happening, but immediately went to Herbie's assistance, and when the last pillbox was in place, the medicine man slammed his chest and, with a wide wave of his arms, pronounced,
This is Philodora of the Azure Isles, on a quest to find its royal mother and save his father's kingdom. I am a medicine man, and I am a high horse,
neighed Highboy, pawing up the dust with his hoof and tossing back his mane.
The only high horse in Oz.
All of these announcements, as you can well imagine, filled Trot and her companions with astonishment.
Why, we just left the Azure Isles,
burst out Trot breathlessly.
A birdman carried us to Quinnibearn's cave, and
let's all sit down, beamed the Scarecrow, and talk this over comfortably.
Before Philodor or Herbie could dismount, Highboy dropped down upon his haunches and, putting one hoof behind his ear, begged the Scarecrow to proceed with the story.
Why don't you tie yourself up?
He muttered impatiently to the medicine man, who, in rolling off his back, had again upset his medicine chest.
I'll lend you my belt,
volunteered Trot, as Phil, who had also fallen off Highboy, picked himself up and sat beside the straw man.
Now then,
exclaimed Trot, after she had again restored the contents of Herbie's chest and fastened it secure with her belt.
Tell us everything that has happened.
Ladies first,
murmured Highboy, showing both rows of teeth.
You traveled in a strange country, my dear.
His eyes rolled at Benny and came to rest so hungrily on the Scarecrow that the agated gentleman began stuffing in his straw wisp of hay as fast as possible.
Trot out your tail, little girl.
Swallowing hard and removing his eyes from the Scarecrow with evident effort. As Philidor added his entreaties to Highboy's, Trot began at once recounting their amazing experiences in Quinnibearn's cave.
Why, it all fits together,
exclaimed the little prince, jumping up excitedly.
Quinnibearn demands a mortal maiden or threatens to destroy our kingdom in 3 days. Somehow or other, someone or other flew off to the Emerald City for you, though I cannot imagine my father allowing such a thing, and there are no birdmen on the Azure Isles. What is your name, child?
Asked Highboy, waving his hoof reprovingly at Phil.
Let the young lady finish her story, Princeling.
So Philidor sat down, and Trot, after telling her name and explaining the strange coming to life of Benny, went on with the further adventures, their meeting with Orphra, and their final escape by explosion to the mainland.
Orphra told us all about Mombi's wickedness,
finished Trot in an anxious voice,
and we were on our way to the Emerald City to ask Ozma to help your father when we bumped into you.
And I shall carry you there,
promised Highboy with a short snort of pleasure.
A girl named Trot can ride me any day. A fine, horsely sounding name. Do you care for riding, my dear?
Trot nodded enthusiastically and smiled up at this most comical beast. Then Philidor, stepping out into the center of the ring, told everything that had happened to him since the blue gull left him at the Good Witch's hut. Trot and the Scarecrow were both astonished and alarmed to learn of Taddypoo's disappearance, and as interested in the medicine man as Philidor had been in Benny. Benny himself listened gravely to the whole recital, and at the conclusion began rubbing his chin in deep perplexity. If Mombi stole Philidor when he was 2 years old, he muttered in a puzzled voice, and Mombi has not been the Witch of the North for 20 years, how is it that Philidor is not grown up? They all laughed heartily at the Stone Man's question.
Because we stay one age as long as we wish in Oz,
answered the little prince gaily.
I like being 10, so I've been 10 for ever so long.
So have I, declared Trot. Nobody grows up here unless they want to, Benny. Isn't that fun?
Fine, but funny, acknowledged the Stone Man, looking from one to another.
Everything in Oz is fine, but funny,
admitted the Scarecrow, turning an exuberant somersault.
Look at Highboy and look at me. You'd make a fine lunch,
observed Highboy, lifting his nose hungrily.
Don't you think we better stay on?
asked Trot as the Scarecrow, with an indignant glance at Highboy, sprang behind a tree.
Even though Quinnibearn cannot get out to destroy the Azure Isles, Cherubid must be worried about Philidor, and Ozma ought to know about the Good Witch's disappearance right away.
Right you are.
Pulling himself to his feet, Highboy capered and pranced, first stretching his telescope legs up till his body was out of sight, and then decreasing their length till his stomach rested on the ground.
Do you consider him safe? Whispered Benny, observing High Horse's antics with a worried frown. Had we not better walk?
Far better,
quivered the Scarecrow from behind his tree.
Oh, come, get on,
coaxed Highboy.
I was only teasing. I wouldn't harm a hair of your head.
He promised merrily.
So long as Trot likes you, I'll carry you wherever. Better get on while he's down,
advised the medicine man, making ready to mount.
He's a very fast runner,
added Philidor, smiling at Trot.
And we'll save you breath, steps, and time,
whined Highboy, shaking his mane impatiently.
Up with you, my brave kingdom savers.
Realizing that they could reach the Emerald City much faster than Highboy, Trot spoke a few words to the Scarecrow, and after a little coaxing, he consented to come, climbing up all the others so he would be as far from Highboy's teeth as possible. Fortunately, the High Horse's back was long so that there was plenty of room for them all. First came the little Prince of the Azure Isles, then Herbie, then Trot, then Benny, and last of all the Scarecrow.
Now, hold tight,
warned Highboy, rolling his eyes back cheerfully.
and all ready.
Slapping the reins on his neck, Philodor ordered him to get up. Whirling round in the direction indicated by the Scarecrow, Highboy not only got up, but shot up so high they could see over the tree tops, and ran so fast that they clung breathlessly together.
"How's that?"
inquired the king's steed, looking proudly at Trot. "Phew, fine," stuttered the little girl. "But couldn't you try a little slower, Highboy?"
"I'll trot solo for trot, though I'd much rather not. I can pace, I can race, and I canter a lot,"
Cloited Highboy, snapping up his umbrella tail as he gave a sample of each gait. "He's awfully smart," confided Philodor in a loud whisper, "and we ought to reach the Emerald City tonight at the very least." Trot nodded enthusiastically, and as she became more accustomed to a jerky gait of the high horse, she found it strangely exhilarating. Imagine being able to look over the tree tops as you gallop along the road. Every once in a while, Highboy would drop down to a lower level so the riders could see whether anyone was passing. While he was jogging along about 5 feet from the ground, a farmer turned into the lane. He was driving a huge herd of cattle and called loudly for Highboy to get out of the way. Instead, Highboy merely turned sideways and shot upward, allowing the whole procession to pass under his body. Leaning over, Trot and Philodora saw the farmer sitting in the middle of the road, mopping his forehead, and they laughingly agreed that traveling on Highboy was the most interesting experience they had yet had. The Scarecrow was still uneasy about his stuffing, but even he was enjoying the ride, pointing out all the sights to Benny and the Medicine Man, explaining all the treats in store when they reached the Emerald City.
"I cannot imagine who carried you to the Azure Isles. Are you sure it was not the Blue Gull?"
questioned Philodor as Highboy jogged comfortably along the Blue Highway.
No, it was a man with golden wings,
insisted Trot positively,
and he must have been terribly strong to carry Benny all that way.
As Philodora still puzzled over the strange birdman, she called out suddenly,
"Why, we must have gone right by Ginger's house."
"So we have,"
muttered the Scarecrow, looking back regretfully.
"She'd have given you some fine gingerbread, too." "Never mind,"
neighed Highboy.
"We'll be in the Emerald City in time for tea, and there's a village just ahead. Maybe they'll have some fresh cake or buns."
Stretching up his long legs, Highboy looked over the walls of a little town at the next turn of the road. It seemed entirely deserted, and all the houses had shuttered windows and tightly locked doors. Dropping down to regular horse size, Highboy trotted up to the wooden door in the wall and butted his head 3 times against the panels. For a moment there was absolute silence, and then a muffled voice called out,
"Can't you read? It says keep out,"
whispered Trot, leaning over so she could read the sign nail on the door.
"Can't you let us in?"
bellowed Highboy, beginning to stamp with impatience at the delay.
"We're in a hurry and have to go through this town. Let us in, do you hear?"
"I hear,
shouted the voice definitely.
but I'll not let you in. I'm the outkeeper."
"Ha ha!" roared the Scarecrow. "I've often heard of an innkeeper, but never an outkeeper. Come out, keeper. Let's have a look at you."
Almost instantly, the top section of the door flew open, and the upper half and head of the outkeeper appeared.
"Help!"
gasped Trot, clutching the Medicine Man, and no wonder. End of Chapter 14. The Giant Horse of Oz by Ruth Plumly Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, The Shutter Faces. The face of the outkeeper was entirely hidden behind blue shutters. They seemed to sprout out behind the ears of each side of the head and fasten securely in front with 2 bolts.
"I suppose he hears through the slats,"
said Philodor, leaning back to whisper this observation to the Medicine Man.
"Perfectly,"
answered the outkeeper.
"Can't you see through the slats, too?"
asked Herbie, quite interested in the fellow's signature appearance.
"No,
snapped the outkeeper crossly.
but who wants to see? Most people are not worth looking at. Presently I shall shut my shutters tight, and then I shall neither see you nor listen to you,"
he finished triumphantly.
"But we'll still be here,"
whined Highboy, with a mischievous prance. Leaning forward, he thrust his head through the opening seized the outkeeper by the seat of his pantaloons and, withdrawing his head, stretched up his telescope legs and stepped calmly over the wall.
That's the way you handle an okay,
Schnicked High Boy, dropping the outkeeper carelessly in a clump of pickle bushes.
I'm not an okay,
shrieked the outkeeper, springing furiously out of the pickle bushes.
I'm a shutter face.
Pulling back the bolts that fastened his shutters, he glanced out at the travelers. The face of the blue shutters was pale, flat, and disagreeable. After a long, horrified look at High Boy and the others, the outkeeper jumped a foot into the air and then ran screaming down the street, his shutters flapping and slamming against the side of his head.
Bandits, robbers, donkeys, and thieves,
he cried shrilly.
Here they come. Shut the shutters, bolt the windows, and lock the doors. Shut up, everybody, shut up.
Shut up your own self,
yelled the Scarecrow gleefully, as High Boy, letting himself down to lower level, cantered mischievously after the frightened little man, although the whole town was shut up to begin with. At the gatekeeper's loud cries, the travelers could hear extra bolts being shot into place.
What's the matter, Tighty?
Called a gruff voice. Looking up in surprise, Trot saw a huge shutter face sitting cross-legged on a tall chimney.
Bandage, your majesty.
Panting with exhaustion, the outkeeper looked imploringly up at the chimney.
How did they get in?
Asked the chimney squatter, opening the slats on one side so he could hear.
Stepped over the wall,
choked Tidy, looking up apprehensively over his shoulder at High Boy.
Ridiculous and impossible,
sniffed His Majesty, crossing his legs comfortably.
I neither saw nor heard anyone come over the wall.
How do you expect to see or hear hid behind those blue blinkers?
Inquired the Scarecrow as High Boy came to a stop in front of the chimneys.
Fall down the chimney, fall down the chimney,
quivered the outkeeper, dashing into a doorway.
And don't say I never warned you.
For a moment, Trot thought His Majesty was going to follow Tidy's advice, but thinking better of it, the king called pompously,
I refuse to hear, see, or believe such nonsense.
Shutting the slats in his shutters, the king folded his arms and continued to sit defiantly on the chimney.
Shall I shut him down?
Whispered High Boy, looking around at Philidor.
If he cannot see or hear, perhaps he cannot feel.
No, laughed the little prince. They really done us no harm, so why should we hurt them? Look, everything's shutting up, even the hedges. The hedges surrounding the small, closed, shuttered houses were real box hedges, and as High Boys clattered through the streets, they began slamming their lids as fast as they could. Even the flowers growing in stiff little gardens promptly shut up as the travelers passed, and it was with real relief that they reached the other side of the town. Not a shutterface was in sight, and dingy houses with their blue shuttered windows and doors gave the town such a very gloomy appearance.
The poor silly things look half-starved,
exclaimed Trot, glancing down and back at the shuttered town, as High Boy, without bothering to shorten his legs, stepped over the wall briskly down the road on the other side. They're worse than the roundabouties, decided Benny, and I suppose if we had stayed any longer, they would have insisted upon us growing shutters too.
Not a bad idea, when you come to think of it,
observed the Scarecrow. Without shutters, one needs never to be bored or shocked.
Shutters would be extremely becoming to you,
chuckled High Boy, with a vigorous shake of his umbrella tail.
Hush,
whispered Trot, who did not like any more to make fun of her old friend.
You mean shut up, I suppose,
wheezed High Boy.
But remember, I'm not a shutterface, my girl.
That's so,
giggled Trot.
If anyone tells them to shut up, they really can. I'm going to bring Dorothy and Betsy back here someday and see what they do to us.
Here's a river,
announced Philidor, who was looking anxiously for the first signs of the Emerald City.
And I have the magic jumping rope to help us cross.
Holding up the Good Witch's rope, the little prince quickly explained how it worked. High Boy listened in silence, and when Philidor finished, tossed his head impatiently.
I've never jumped rope in my life, declared Highboy stubbornly, and I'm not going to begin now. Besides, it's not necessary. Stay where you are, keep quiet, and hold tight.
Rather worried and undecided whether to stay on or tumble off, the little company looked uncertainly at one another. But before they could dismount, Highboy shot up 200 feet and then carefully stepped down into the river. Trot gasped and expected to find herself underwater, but only the toes of her shoes touched the water. And when Highboy looked around, saw this, he raised himself higher still, and, with his whole body out of the water and his feet across the riverbed, carried them safely and slowly across.
"Why, you're better than a bridge,"
exclaimed Philidor, leaning forward to give him a good hug.
"I wish I could keep you always." "Joe couldn't spare me,"
announced Highboy, self-consciously.
"But I'll come to see you often, Phil, when this adventure is over. Hold on now, I'm going to step out."
The great length of Highboy's legs made his body almost vertical as he scrambled up the bank, but so tightly did his riders hold on to the saddle and to one another, nobody fell off. Bringing his legs down with a few sharp clicks, Highboy put up his umbrella tail and was about to start on when a series of splutters made him look back. The high horse had closed the umbrella tail when he stepped into the river, but in spite of this a lot of water had gotten in. Therefore, when he snapped it up, a great deluge had come down on his luckless passengers.
"This is the third shower I've had today,"
coughed the Scarecrow dolefully. Benny didn't mind the water at all, and Herbie, after peering into his medicine chest and discovering that none of its contents were wet, merely gave himself a good shake. As for Philidor and Trot, what could they do but laughingly accept Highboy's apologies? It was late afternoon by now, and the sun sinking lower and lower behind the hills. Since their meeting on the Blue Highway, Highboy had come many a long mile, and everybody but Benny and the Scarecrow began to feel tired as well as hungry.
"I'd give my gold tooth for a pair of yummy,
confessed Highboy, as he slowly mounted a small hill.
"I'm hungry enough to eat a—"
He did not finish his sentence, but glanced longingly over his shoulder at the Scarecrow, who immediately ducked behind Benny and began feverishly stuffing stray wisps of straw.
"How about a sandwich?"
suggested Philidor, pulling out a lunch basket Queen Hyacinth had filled so generously.
"A sandwich would be no more than a cracker crumb to me,"
exclaimed Highboy disdainfully.
Well, what's yummy, jummy?
asked Trot, accepting with a smile the chicken sandwich the little prince held out to her.
"Oats, hay, brown sugar, and grape juice,"
exclaimed Highboy, smacking his lips and closing his eyes.
"Do you think they'd mix me up a pair when we reach the Emerald City of yours?"
Of course they will, promised Trot. But couldn't you stop and eat a little grass or tree leaves?
"Grass is too short. Besides, I never eat grass or leaves at night,"
announced Highboy, turning up his nose.
"Gives me grass to eat us."
For a time, the little company progressed in silence. Herbie, Trot, and Philidor contentedly munching the dainty sandwiches, and Benny enjoying the scenery. As it grew darker, an overpowering drowsiness stole over Trot and Philidor. Highboy, too, began to yawn so terribly that his passengers were nearly thrown out of the saddle.
"And if he does that again, I'll fall off,"
quivered the Scarecrow, clasping his arms around Benny's waist.
"Wait,"
whispered Herbie.
"I have a remedy."
Unbuckling Trot's belt, Herbie opened his medicine chest and drew out a box of pills.
"These are my famous keep-awake pills,"
he exclaimed finally, swallowing two.
"And these others will prevent yawning." "Whoa!"
gasped Philidor as Highboy's last
"Ha! Hum!
lifted them a foot into the air.
Whoa!
The high horse was glad enough to whoa, and, looking around with half-closed eyes, inquired the reason for their stop.
"Take these,"
directed Philidor, slipping 2 keep-awake pills and 3 yawning lozenges down the Highboy's throat. Sleepingly, Highboy swallowed the dose. The effect was startling and instantaneous. His eyes opened wide, his teeth clattered together, and the next minute he was streaking down the road so fast that Trot's hair blew straight out behind, and the little prince's cloak snapped in the wind.
"Better take some yourselves,"
advised Herbie, holding out the boxes to Trot.
"for if you fall asleep, you'll fall off, and then where you'll be."
A little nervously, Trot swallowed the keep-awake pills and yawn lozenges. Philidor then took 2 of each, and immediately they both felt wide awake and full of energy.
"You're a real wizard, Herbie,"
Admitted the Scarecrow, nodding admiringly the effect of the pills.
"and ought to make a great hit at the Capitol." "Do you think so?"
Puffed Herbie breathlessly as he bounced up and down.
"Are we almost there?"
It was hard to see, for it was night and only a few stars twinkled in the sky, but presently Trot gave a little shout of relief and satisfaction.
See that green glow?
Cried the little girl with an excited wave.
They're the towers of the castle. Hurry up, High Boy, we're almost there.
At Trot's word, High Boy gathered his long legs together and fairly flew over the hills and across the fields, so that in less than an hour they reached the Emerald City itself. It was still fairly early, and the lovely capital of Oz shimmered as only a jeweled city can. End of Chapter 15. The Giant Horse of Oz by Ruth Plumly Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, The Lost Queen Returns. On the same evening that Trot and her companions were arriving at the Emerald City, Cheerbed and his counselors sat talking in the great blue throne room of the palace. All day the king had watched for the coming of Ozma and the return of Philidor. And as the hours dragged on, he became more and more restless and uneasy. Shortly after lunch, he was pacing anxiously up and down one of the green paths. He was amazed to see Orpha hobbling rapidly towards him. It was nearly 20 years since the keeper of the king's seahorses had been carried off by Quinabiran, and Cheerbed had never expected to see his faithful servitor again. Rubbing his eyes to make sure he was not dreaming, the astonished monarch rushed forward to greet the old merman. After a hearty embrace, which wet his majesty considerably, Orpha having stepped directly out of the water, they sat down on a sapphire beach, and the king begged Orpha to tell him at once all that had happened. Brushing over his long, weary imprisonment in Cave City, Orpha hurled on to the coming of Trot and her strange friends. His lively description of their encounter with the cavemen, the way they had outwitted and trapped Quinabiran in the narrow passageway, filled Cheerbed with wonder and relief. And when the merman went on to tell of the explosion of the blue ray that had carried them across the bottom of the lake to the mainland, Cheerbed smiled for the last time since Quinabiran had threatened his kingdom.
"Now,"
Declared the good king, slapping his knee happily.
"we have nothing to worry us. Quinabiran is a prisoner, and the moral child has escaped injury, and Akbed has saved my son and persuaded Ozma to come here, save the kingdom, and restore the queen."
Here he stopped to tell Afra how the good soothsayer had picked the golden pear and flown with Philidor to the capital, invoking Ozma's aid and carrying the mortal maiden to Quinabiran's cave.
"I expect Ozma any moment now,"
puffed Cheerbed, shading his eyes and looking out over the lake. At this word, Akbed, who had been hiding behind the king's bench, covered his ears and sank miserably away. How could he ever explain the failure of Ozma to appear, or account for the strange disappearance of the little prince? Again and again he tried to fly away from the Azure Isles, but the golden rings refused to carry him beyond the edge of the beach. And when, in despair, he cast himself into the water, they kept him afloat, so that even drowning was denied. The cowardly fellow! Dragging his wings disconsolately behind him, he trailed about the palace, or perched forlornly in the treetops, and when, in the late evening, Cheerbed summoned all of his advisers to the throne room, the soothsayer came slowly and unwillingly to the conference. Orpha, with his tail and a bucket of salt water, sat on the king's right, and Toddle Lady, summing anxiously over an old book of map, sat on the king's left. Matillo, nearby, strolled idly on a golden harp, and Akbed, after a longing glance at the chair sat out for him, flew up on the chandelier where he would have plenty of place for his wings, and where he could sit with some comfort. wrangled round the conference table were the officers of guard and members of the king's household, and they all listened intently to Cherubic begin his address.
"Tomorrow is the day Quinnipiac has threatened to destroy us,"
began His Majesty gravely.
"and as he may escape it, we are best to devise some means of defense."
They all nodded approvingly at these words, but said nothing.
"Has anyone a suggestion to make?"
asked Cherubic, folding his hands on his stomach and looking inquiringly over his spectacles.
"I suggest that we all go to bed,"
yawned the captain of the guard.
"Then we'll be rested and ready for a battle, if a battle there is to be."
"Why bother to plan when Quinnipiac is fast stuck in a cavern?"
asked Akbed impatiently.
"That's so,"
mused Toddley.
"At least not before Ozma arrives. When did Her Highness say she would come?"
he asked, squinting up at the court soothsayer.
"Just as soon as the Wizard of Oz returns from the Blue Forest,"
answered Akbed sulkily.
"When Trot and her friends reach the Emerald City, they will persuade her to come right away,"
put in Ophrah.
"And they promise to come back with her. You'll be astonished at the shown man,"
finished Ophrah solemnly. At Orpha's casual remark, Akbed could not retain a groan. However, would he explain to the little ruler of all Oz his own foolish and deceitful conduct? Dropping heavily from the chandelier, he bade the company good night and made for the door. His wings flapped and dragged behind him. As he put out his hand to turn the knob, the door flew violently open, and Julia burst into the room.
"A boat!"
panted the little girl, throwing her apron overhead.
"A boat is coming round Opal Point." "It is Ozma!"
exclaimed His Majesty, thumping the table with both fists.
"Where are my spectacles? Hand me my crown, spread the red rug, and call out the guard of honor."
Without waiting for any of these commands to be carried out, Cherubic plunged from the palace through the gardens and down to the shore of Lake Oziran. Ophrah reached the beach almost as soon as His Majesty, followed closely by Tuttle Lady and all the king's retainers. A little murmur of disappointment went up from the crowd as they stared in the direction indicated by Julia. A boat was rounding the point, but only a fisherman's dory. Opposite the man at the oars sat close-wrapped figure, and as the boat came nearer, this figure arose, cast off the cloak, and standing erect, extended both arms.
"Why,"
panted Julia, beginning to jump up and down.
"it's the Queen, Queen Orin herself."
"The Queen! Long live the Queen!" roared the Azure Islanders, wading out into the water in their surprise and excitement. Standing up in the shabby rowboat, as lovely and radiant on the day Mombi had stolen her away, was the Queen of the Azure Isles. Her jeweled crown glittered and flashed in the starlight. Her long, fair hair tumbled in a bright shower of ringlets to her golden-girdled waist. Her soft blue dress, studded with sapphires and pearls, floated out like a flimsy blue cloud in the evening wind. Never had she appeared so young and beautiful. Head over tail, Ophrah dove into the lake and began swimming out to the boat, and only the strong arms of the guardsmen kept Cherubic from diving after.
"Orin! Orin!"
cried the king in a tremendous voice.
"Where have you been?"
Almost ready to jump out of the boat herself, the queen raised her voice to answer when a long tongue of flame shot across the sky, and with a thunderous roar, Quinnipiac rushed around the point and hurled himself at the tiny boat. So sudden and unexpected was the appearance of the monster that the Azure Islanders fell back in dismay.
"Save her! Save her!"
groaned the king, struggling to free himself from the guards. But no one made a move. Akbed, stiff with fright and terror, saw the great body of Quinnipiac poised over a small craft, and in that moment, some of the spirit and courage that had distinguished him in his youth returned. With a hoarse scream, the soothsayer hurled himself into the air, and flying straight for Quinnipiac, snatched the queen from the very jaws of death. The magic wings, which up to this point had refused to carry him beyond the island, this time became he now had no thought of himself, obeyed his command. Circling high over the head of the enraged sea monster. Akbed headed for the Sapphire City. With shouts and cheers of the Azure Islanders followed, and, dashing into the castle after the Soothsayer, bailed the doors and slammed down the windows. Before either the king or queen had time to thank Akbed, the gigantic body of Quinabaron crashed through the garden and hurled itself over the castle wall. "We are lost," wailed the king as the castle began to rock and tremble from the repeated blows of the ferocious monster. "Nothing can save us now." Cowering in the throne room, the king and his little band of followers waited for the blow that would crush the castle and destroy them utterly. But, strangely enough, the noise and confusion and suds upon the wall grew less and finally stopped altogether.
"He's backing away for a last try,"
groaned Toddle Lady, burying his head in his hands. "Never mind," sighed the queen, throwing her arms round Quinabaron's neck. "At last we shall perish together." At the queen's words, there was a tremendous whack on the roof. A blue sapphire sky splintered to bits, and a great head was thrust through the opening. End of Chapter 16. The Giant Horse of Oz by Ruth Plumly Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. A Royal Welcome. As Highboy, neighing joyously, trotted down the main street of the Emerald City, windows were thrown open and doors flung open, and the inhabitants rushed out with torches to see who was passing. And when they saw Trot and the Scarecrow mounted on so strange a steed, they promptly fell in, so that by the time Highboy reached the castle, a regular procession had formed behind them. Standing up and balancing himself by hold on to Benny, the Scarecrow introduced the little prince of the Azure Isles, the Medicine Man, the Liar Statue, and lastly, Highboy himself. Then Highboy, to the great delight of the multitude, stretched up and down, switched his umbrella tail, and bowed so often and so vigorously that Trot and the others had all they could do to keep their places. The wild cheers and shouts at Highboy's performance brought the occupants of the castle running to the windows and doors to see what was the matter. "Why, Trot," cried Dorothy, dashing down the golden steps, "we've been hunting you all day, and we're just gonna look in the magic picture to see where you are."
"Well, here we are, my dear,"
laughed the Scarecrow.
"and we bring strange news and 4 strangers to the castle. Hello, Hocus. Hello, Jack. Hi there, Tick-Tock. Howdy, Scraps."
Waving to the celebrities who crowded the open doorway, the Scarecrow urged Highboy to enter. Mounting the steps carefully and being careful not to tread upon any toes, Highboy stepped proudly into Ozma's royal procession. Dorothy danced around to announce them to the little fairy. Betsy, Ozma, Nick Chopper, and Jellia Jam, a small maid-in-waiting, were playing facile, but hastily pushed back the board as Highboy came cantering in. "Why, here's the whole pack," cried the Tin Woodman, jumping up and waving the tin funnel he used for a hat.
"The pack horse, too,"
finished Nick, eyeing the king's steed in some surprise.
"Pack horse?"
snorted Highboy, stopping short and rolling his red eyes temperishly.
"I'm a high horse, you odd-looking junkman, and I'll have you know I stand very high in my own country."
To prove his claim, Highboy kicked his telescope legs up so fast that Trot bumped her head on the ceiling and the Scarecrow dove at once to the carpet. "Down, down," whispered Philidor reprovingly, "and don't forget you are in the presence of royalty." Lowering himself with one great jerk, Highboy shortened his front legs and made a deep bow to the ruler of Oz, and Trot and the others lost no time tumbling off.
The Prince of the Azure Isles, Your Majesty,
puffed Trot, as Ozma gave Highboy a bewildered smile.
"The Medicine Man of Oz, and my friend Benny from Boston." "Is he alive?"
whispered Betsy, putting out her hand to touch the stone man, who was bending stiffly before the throne. "Alive, but not a real person," sighed Benny, fixing his stone eyes mournfully on Betsy Bobbin.
"He's much better than a real person,"
declared the Scarecrow, rushing impetuously forward.
"Just wait to see how he jumped into the mouth of a monster."
Tell us,
begged Betsy, clasping her hands.
"Haste had an adventure, maiden."
Pushing his way to the throne, Sir Hocus, the good knight of Oz, took Trot eagerly by the arm. Dozens and dozens, panted Trot, sinking down on the carpet steps leading to the throne.
So many, I hardly know where to begin.
Why not begin with me?
Suggested Herbie, throwing out his chest importantly. Highboy groaned with impatience as the contents of Herbie's chest flew about the room, and the Wizard of Oz, who stood just behind Ozma, clapped on an extra pair of spectacles and hurried forward to get a better view of the medicine man. While Trot and the Scarecrow helped Herbie pick up his pill bottles, Ozma, noticing the worried expression of Prince Philidor, bade him come nearer and tell what was troubling him. Philidor, dropping on one knee before the throne, thought he had never seen a gentler little fairy than the Queen of all Oz. Feeling a bit shy in the presence of so great and grand a company, he arose and told the whole story of Mommy's enchantment and Quinabiran's cruelty, and his flight on the blue gold to the hut of Tattypoo. Ozma and her advisors were not only astonished at the little prince's troubles, but alarmed and distressed by the unexplainable disappearance of the good witch.
As soon as Philidor tells us the rest of his story, we'll look for Tattypoo in the magic picture, murmured Ozma, and also for the Queen of the Azure Isles.
I'd like a chance at that monster,
blustered Sir Hokus, who was a famous dragon slayer.
And myself and Sword are at your service, Princeling.
Philidor smiled gratefully at the good Knight of Oz, and helped out by Trot and the Scarecrow, told how he had released the medicine man from the bottle, of his visit to the King of the Uplanders, his meeting with Highboy, and their adventures with Trot and friends in Shuttertown. Then Trot told her story about Benny and his strange coming to life, his drop to Oz, and their frightful experiences in Cave City. During the telling of both stories, the Wizard of Oz made hurried notes in his little black book, and as Trot finished, he bounced out of his seat like a rubber ball.
Your Highness,
began the wizard, looking over his specs at the little fairy ruler,
I have jotted down your convenience the problems to be solved and the mysteries to be accounted for. First, we must find the Queen of the Azure Isles and restore her to her subjects. Secondly, we must undo much of Mommy's mischief as we can, destroy Quinabiran, punish the burden man who carried Trot to the monster's cave, and restore the medicine man to himself.
At this, Herbie shook his head violently.
I prefer to remain as I am,
declared Herbie stoutly.
I'm entirely satisfied with my medicine chest.
Ozma smiled at Herbie's earnestness, and the wizard drew his pencil through that entry.
Then we must find Tattypoo, continued the little man seriously, and change Benny into a real person as a reward for his services to Philidor and Trot.
How about a little yummy chummy?
Wheezed Highboy, who was sitting on his haunches with both ears crooked forward.
Why, you're a fellow after my own heart,
purred the hungry tiger, crawling out from under a huge green sofa.
This good beast is hungry. Let's all have something to eat,
he proposed, licking his chops and waving his tail gently from side to side.
You may tell the royal cook to prepare a feast at once.
Nodding laughingly at the hungry tiger, the little sovereign rose, stepping down from the throne, took Philidor's arm.
Come,
said Ozma,
we will look in the magic picture and see whether Quinabiran is caught in the cavern and where Mombi has hidden your royal mother.
As you may well imagine, Philidor needed no urging. Even Ozma forgot her dignity in interest and excitement of the moment. Hand in hand, they skipped up the golden stairway, followed by Trot and all the other curious courtiers. Hanging in Ozma's sitting room is one of the most curious and powerful treasures in all Oz. It is a magic picture. One has but to stand before this picture and ask to see a certain person. Immediately, he appears, and in exactly the place where he happens to be at the moment the question is asked.
We had better look at that monster fast,
said the Wizard of Oz, settling both pairs of specs and staring nervously over Ozma's shoulder.
Show us Quinabiran,
he commanded before the little ruler or Philidor had a chance to speak. Instantly, the quiet country scene melted away, and out flashed the terrible figure of Mombi's monster, throwing himself again and again upon the sapphire castle of Oz. Highboy was so frightened that he shot up 10 feet and bumped his head on the ceiling.
Have at you!
Roared Sir Hokus, plunging forward and almost forgetting it was but a small picture of Quinabiran he was seeing. Philidor and Trot clutched one another in horror, and only Ozma remained calm. Clapping her hands for silence, she turned quickly to the Wizard of Oz. "Quick, wizard," breathed the little fairy. "Fetch your black bag of magic and transport us all to the Azure Isles. Take hold of hands," commanded Ozma, and as the little wizard rushed from the room, Philidor immediately took Trot's hand. Trot took Benny's, Benny took Herbie's, Herbie took the Tin Woodman, Nick Chopper took Scraps, the Patchwork Girl took the Good Knight's, he took Betsy's, Betsy seized Dorothy, Dorothy took the Scarecrow, and Highboy, not to be left out, jumped into the middle of the ring as Jellia and Ozma completed the circle. Then back skipped the wizard and, wriggling between Dorothy and the Scarecrow, swallowed 2 of his famous wishing pills, smiling confidently. "Transport us at once to the Sapphire City and Castle of Cherubed," commanded the wizard. Now Philidor had never been transported in his whole life. Gritting his teeth and closing his eyes, he waited tensely for something to drop him through the air and wondered fearfully if they would be in time to save his father and the royal household. Feeling no motion or sensation of any kind, he opened his eyes, thinking in great disappointment that the magic spell had failed. But so powerful are the wizard's wishing pills, they transported one in a twinkling and without ruffling so much as an eyebrow. So when the little prince opened his eyes, he was terrified to find Quinabiran in the center of their magic circle, and the circle itself in the gardens of his father's blue palace, with part of his long body curled up in a flower bed, and the other poised to strike another blow at the king's castle. The awful monster did not even seem aware of the people from the Emerald City. Trot hid her face on Philidor's shoulder, and Philidor, with a shudder, saw the good knight draw his sword. But before Sir Hokus could make a thrust, or Quinabiran could strike, the wizard, blowing a black powder into the air, stamped 3 times with his left foot. With a terrible bellow, the great fearfish began to hurl himself at the castle, but froze in mid-air, petrified by the wizard's black magic, into a glittering dragon of steel and bronze.
"We'll move him later," observed the wizard calmly. "A shame to have a creature like that cluttering up so lovely a garden. But now let us go into the king."
Scarcely able to believe his eyes, and with many backward glances, the little prince tiptoed to the great jewel-trimmed door and knocked twice. But no one came. Then Sir Hokus thumped loudly with his mailed fist, and Highboy, turning about, played a lovely tattoo upon the panels with his heels.
"They still think it's Quinabiran,"
snorted Highboy at last.
"Wait here, I'll look in and see whether everyone's all right."
Stretching up till he was on the level with one of the skylights, Highboy butted out the sapphire panel and stuck his head through the opening.
"Unlock your door,"
whined the high horse impatiently.
"Unlock the door, it's only us."
Cherubed obliged, who was expected to see the terrible face of Quinabiran, stared up in perfect amazement at the talking horse. It was not, you must admit, a very reassuring sight to see a horse's head coming through the roof, and for a few seconds he was too stunned to move or speak. But as Highboy continued to call loudly for admittance, and finally shouted that they were keeping Ozma waiting in the garden, the good monarch sprang up and, unbolting the door, himself admitted the royal rescuers. You can well imagine the king's relief and astonishment when he saw the petrified figure of Quinabiran reeling up over the castle. "Father, father!" cried the little prince, clasping him around his waist. "Here's Ozma and Trot and the Wizard of Oz, and Quinabiran can never harm us again." At the sound of Philidor's voice, Queen Orin rushed out to embrace her son. After hasty introductions and greetings all round, the party from the Emerald City filed into the castle. Akbed sunk slightly out of sight as Cherubed led Ozma to the throne, seating Queen Orin beside the little ruler and calling for the footmen to bring chairs for the other visitors. The excited king ran to and fro until everyone was seated. "Just think," puffed Cherubed, sinking down at last beside Philidor. "We don't even know where your mother has been all these years, nor how she escaped and came back to us. My, what a lot to be talked over."
Talk, and still no food,"
groaned Highboy, flopping down beside the medicine man.
"I'm hollower than an old soldier's wooden leg."
Never mind,
comforted Herbie, opening his medicine chest.
I have a cure for that too.
Taking out 2 pills and slipping them down Highboy's throat, he winked knowingly.
They will dull the pains of hunger,
he assured him gravely. While Highboy, with closed eyes, waited for his pangs to be dulled, Ozma looked happily around the friendly group of Azure Islanders. If we just knew what Tatty-Poo was, sighed the little fairy softly, there would be nothing more to worry us. Worry no longer, your highness. Turning to see whether the whisper had come from, Ozma saw Queen Orin rise from her throne. I am the Good Witch of the North, announced Orin clearly.
But I thought you were my mother,
wailed the little prince, seizing her hand imploringly. At once the whole room was thrown into a state of utmost confusion. Some saying this, some saying that, and all wondered aloud, so that it sounded like a session of congressmen. How can you be both a queen and a witch? Shouted the little wizard, standing on a chair so that Orin could hear him.
You'll have to admit she's a bewitching queen,
neighed Highboy, opening one eye and then other, and forgetting all about his hunger pangs.
Why not let the lady speak for herself?
He called shrilly.
Sound or sense?
declared Toddle Lady, nodding approvingly at Highboy, and Ozma, who was even more astonished than Cheerbed at Orin's announcement, raised her scepter for silence. Let the queen tell her story, commanded Ozma in her gentle voice. There was an instant silence, and almost as one, the whole company turned to the lovely figure in blue and waited expectantly for her to speak. End of Chapter 17. The Giant Horse of Oz by Ruth Plumly Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18, The Tale of Tatty-Poo. 25 years ago, began the queen, tossing back her golden hair. I was a princess of the north, to the mountain castle of my father, King Gil of Gillikany, came Cheerbed, prince of the Azure Isles, to ask for my hand in marriage. His father was king of the Munchkins, a monarch of great wealth and power. As my father made no objection to the match, and as I myself was quite willing, here Orin paused and smiled cheerily at Cheerbed, preparations were made at once for the wedding. At that time, as you know, Mombi was ruler of the north. Passing Gillikany one late afternoon, and seeing the footmen hanging lanterns in the garden, she stopped to inquire the reason for the festivities. Cheerbed, who was helping with the decorations, quickly explained that they were for our wedding, and Mombi, in spite of her extreme age and ugliness, fell instantly and deeply in love with the prince. As I watched uneasy from a hidden harbor, I saw the old witch transform herself into a charming young maiden. Following Cheerbed about, she explained that she was no longer an old and ugly witch, but a powerful princess, that if he would marry her, they would have not only the Gillikin country, but the Munchkin country as well for their kingdom. Cheerbed pursed up his lips and shook his head sadly at this part of the story, for he well remembered Mommy's wicked proposal and her plan to destroy his father, the king of the Munchkins. Of course, proceeded Orin demurely, Cheerbed refused, and Mombi, assuming her own shape, rushed off in a fury, promising to make us all suffer. That very night came by messenger that Cheerbed's father had disappeared, and, continued the queen somberly, he has never been heard of since. Distressed and unhappy though we were, Cheerbed and I were married at once and returned to the Azure Isles, where he assumed the title of king, and where we hoped to escape Mombi and her mischievous magic. For 3 years we were safe and happy, and thought she had forgotten all about us. But one day, when Philidor was 2 years old, Mombi suddenly appeared on the beach, where we were sitting together. She was riding on a huge black eagle, and, bidding the eagle seize me in its talons, carried me off before I had time to cry out for help. And that, sighed Orin, was the last I saw of the Azure Isles until tonight. But what happened? Gasped Dorothy, leaning so far forward she nearly tumbled from her chair. Where did she take you? To a hut in the mountains, answered the queen sadly. There, shutting me up in a huge chest, she began an incantation to change me into a witch, old and ugly as she herself. I know what happened! cried the little wizard, springing entirely out of his chair and
spinning round 3 times. You were too sweet and beautiful to turn into a bad witch, and the worst she could do was only turn you into a good witch. Owen blushed at the wizard's little speech. I don't know about that, she went on modestly, but I do know that I became a witch, forgetting entirely my former life in Gilkney and on the Ayrshire Isles, and living for several months in the forest without home or shelter. Coming one morning on Malby, at one of her wicked enchantments, I raised my staff and bade her stop. To my astonishment, I found that I was a better witch than she was. Magic phrases and spells came easily to my lips, and without difficulty or trouble I drove her out of the forest and took possession of her hut. Then, at the earnest request of the Gillikins, I stayed in the north, and ruled over the great country as Tatty-Poo. Ruled wisely and well, added Ozma, giving Orin an affectionate pat on her shoulder.
But you did know that Mommy had changed you to a witch,
Demanded Trot, looking up at the Queen with round eyes.
and how did you change yourself back?
Orin, with a rueful little laugh, shook her head at Trot. I didn't realize then that Mombi had changed me to a witch. She admitted frankly, and went on to realize how Agnes, the imitable dragon, had persuaded her to look into the witch's window. Her first glance through the blue window pane had showed her Cheerbed and Philidor, just as they were when she had left the Ayrshire Isles. Remembering at once who she really was, Tatty-Poo had recklessly and joyfully jumped out of the window, thus breaking the witch's spell and becoming her own self again.
What became of the dragon?
Asked Sir Hokus, rattling his sword hopefully. Why, Agnes turned out to be my maid-in-waiting, who had been bewitched by Mombi too, and when she jumped after me, she also was restored to her own safe, and immediately set off for my father's castle, to tell him the good news. I myself started at once for the Ayrshire Isles.
I had wished you had met us,
Whined Highboy, who had taken a great fancy to the Queen.
Did you have to walk or swim, Mum?
A basket bird carried me nearly all the way, explained Owen. The rest of the distance I walked, and when I reached the shores of Arthurian, an old fisherman agreed to row me across.
He shall be well rewarded,
Puffed Cheerbed.
Did the fellow know nothing of Quinnibeern?
I guess not, sighed the Queen. Neither did I, for that matter. But here I am, and now tell me how you, dear Ozma, and all these brave people happened to be just in time to save me.
It was Akbed.
The King informed her joyfully.
Our brave Soothsayer picked the golden pear, carried Philidor to the Emerald City, and begged Ozma to come for our assistance. Where is that fellow anyway? Akbed! Akbed! Fetch the Soothsayer! Some of you!
Akbed, murmured Ozma, half aloud and looking from one to the other in amazement. Why, I never heard of Akbed. Akbed didn't carry me to the capital, cried Philidor, jumping in intonately. The Grand Muggle took me to the Good Witch's hut, and the rest of the way I went with Herbie and Trot and Benny and Highboy. Cheerbed was so stunned by the strange news he sank back on his throne in perfect astonishment, and, at Owen's earnest solicitation, Phil and Trot told their stories.
Akbed will be punished well for this,
promised Cheerbed. He was so shocked at the dreadful dangers Philidor and Trot had encountered, and the deceitfulness of the trusted soothsayer. While a dozen guards ran to fetch Akbed, the Queen put her hand gently on Cheerbed's arm. Remember that he snatched me from the very jaws of Quinnibeern. She reminded softly. Perhaps he can explain. But the King kept muttering under his breath, and when the guards returned, dragging Akbed by the wings, his feelings overcame him, and rushing forward, he began to shake the old islander violently to and fro. Let Akbed speak if he has anything to say, suggested Ozma, as Cheerbed paused for breath. At once Akbed flung himself on his knees and begged for the Queen's forgiveness.
These heavy wings are punishment enough,
groaned the soothsayer. Stolen wings are never of use to the thief, said Ozma, leaning forward gravely. But since you have saved Queen Owen and suffered a little yourself, I hope Cheerbed will pardon you. As Trot and the Queen added their pleas to Ozma's, the King finally consented to pardon Akbed, dismissing him from the court and giving him a small cottage at the end of the island to live in.
And must I wear these wings forever?
Asked Akbed, turning softly to the door. I believe I can remove them, whispered the wizard. After a short conference, the two sovereigns agreed to let the wizard remove the golden wings. It took about 10 minutes and 10 powders to accomplish this feat. But as they finally crumpled into gold dust, Akpid sprang joyfully from the courtroom, so glad to be rid of the heavy penance that he did not even mind his banishment. "There," sighed Ozma, "that settles everything, and now we can all be happy again."
"I can't be happy till I eat,"
moaned Highboy in a weak voice, the efforts of Hurry's pills having long worn off.
"Is there no food in this castle?"
Laughing heartily, Cheerbed set Toddlelady to waken the cook, and, though it was long past midnight, the whole company presently sat down to such a feast as had not been held in that kingdom for many a long year. Highboy had his yummy jummy, and though the Patchwork Girl, Benny, the Tin Woodman, and the Scarecrow were not constructed to partake of refreshments, they enjoyed the party quite as much as the others. And when at last the feast was over, and Cheerbed led the visitors to splendid apartments, these four celebrities sat talking in the throne room for the rest of the night, spending the hours most pleasantly while Highboy snored comfortably on a great bearskin rug before the door. And not till silver bells in the castle tower told 10 did anyone above stairs stir from his silken couch. End of Chapter 18. The Giant Horse of Oz by Ruth Plumly Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. Another Wishing Pill. After a merry breakfast in the gardens, Cheerbed conducted the royal party over the entire Sapphire City. Highboy carried Ozma, Scraps, Trot, Betsy, and Dorothy, and they all agreed that next to the capital, the Sapphire City was the fairest city in Oz. The sun shone with dazzling brightness on the glittering sapphires. The jeweled sand and rocks had never sparkled more beautifully. Even the waters of Oziran seemed bluer since the Queen's return. Everywhere the cheers and shouts of the delighted islanders greeted the visitors and lovely Orin.
If we just had our seahorses,
mused Cheerbed, putting one arm around the Queen and the other around Phildor,
everything would be as it was before.
The old merman who stood close by the king looked so unhappy at this remark that Ozma bade Highboy stop, and jumping down hurriedly over to the wizard, after a whispered conference which nobody seemed to notice, Ozma and the little man tiptoed off by themselves. And when next Cheerbed looked over the lake, he gave a shout of delight and pleasure. In toward the shore, with flying manes and flashing tails, raced the whole herd of white seahorses, lively and lovely as they ever were.
"I wish Joe King could see this,"
whined Highboy, wading out to meet them and neighing a greeting in a high horse tongue. Orphra was already in the water, caressing first one and then another of his former pets, while the little prince jumped in with all his clothes to mount his own prancing sea charger.
"How did you do it?"
begged Cheerbed, turning back to Ozma, who stood smiling at him from her perch on an opal rock. "Ask the wizard," replied the little fairy mysteriously. But when they all crowded curiously around the wizard, he merely shook his head and muttered that restoring a herd of seahorses from a pile of bones was quite easy, if you just knew how. And with this answer, they were forced to be satisfied. Next, the wizard, with another of his magic powers, moved the great figure of Quitabiran to the mouth of the cave, where it stands to this day for all to see. The fire from inside his nostrils must have eaten away the sides of the passageway and enabled him to squeeze out, explained the wizard, who had been puzzling over this particular problem ever since his arrival. As this cleared up the last of the mysteries, Ozma and Coiters now made ready to depart. Philidor was so loth to say goodbye to Trot that Ozma persuaded the king, the queen, and the little prince to return with them to the Emerald City. So again a magic ring was formed, with Highboy in the center, and again the wizard's wishing pills transported them over the hills and valleys to the most splendid castle in Oz. End of Chapter 19. The Giant Horse of Oz by Ruth Plumly Thompson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Rulers East and North. It was noontime when they dropped down lightly in the gardens of Ozma's castle. "Let's dance," proposed Benny, blinking across the vastities of velvet yawns, flowering arches and sparkling fountains.
"Why, Benny," exclaimed Trot, "do you really feel like dancing?"
"Don't you?" questioned the stone man, smiling down at the little girl, with whom he had come through many exciting adventures. Trot nodded delightedly, and as the royal band grouped on the castle steps to welcome them, broke into a lively tune. The whole company, still in the ring they had formed in Cherubed's garden, danced round and round and round, Highboy cavorting hilariously in the center. Benny could have danced tirelessly on for hours, but Cherubed and Sir Hocus were soon out of breath, so Ozma clapped her hands and, bidding them form in a long line, placed herself at the head and marched merrily into the palace. There, drawn up to meet them, were all the celebrities they had not already met. Jack Pumpkinhead, stiffly extending his arms, Tick-Tock, clicking off short sentences of pleasure, the soldier with the green whiskers, bowing almost to the ground, the Cowardly Lion, and Dorothy's small dog, Toto. Not to mention the famous Sawhorse, and so many more I could not begin to name them all. Philidor kept close to Trot, for he wanted to hear about each one, and the Scarecrow, taking Benny and the Medicine Man under his wing, saw that they were everywhere introduced. Ozma herself, with the King of the Azure Isles on one arm and the Queen on the other, led the way to the grand banquet hall. The Hungry Tiger, peering in from the castle kitchen, where he had been anxiously awaiting their return, sprang out joyously as they entered.
The party's been ready since last night,
He roared accusingly.
Where have you been?
While Highboy dropped down a few pegs to explain, the great company seated itself at a long green banquet table. Soon dishes and silver began to clink merrily, footmen to rush to and fro with delicious trays of goodies, while the Oz Orchestra struck up that good old tune, Oz and Ozma Forever. Benny, to his great satisfaction, sat next to the Wizard of Oz, and between courses the little man explained that he was a native of Omaha, and had first come to Oz in a circus balloon. The inhabitants had immediately taken him for a wizard, so he had decided to stay and be a wizard. For many years he ruled over Oz, practicing the trick magic he had learned in the circus, and superintending the building of the Emerald City. Later, he returned to America, and Ozma, the rightful ruler of the Fairy Kingdom, was disenchanted by Glinda and placed upon the throne. When the wizard returned to Oz, the little fairy made him royal wizard of the realm, and by hard study and constant practice he had become the most famous magician in any country out of the world. So you think you can change me into a real man? Queried Benny, looking admiringly at the famous wonder worker. Certainly, replied the wizard, carelessly tossing off a glass of emerade. Whenever you wish.
Think it over carefully,
Cautioned the Scarecrow, who sat on the other side.
It is not better to be big and hard than small and weak, like most natural beings. You're a very famous person as you are,
He finished, flattering.
but as a meat man, you would be quite like everybody else. I was once a real person,
He confined slowly.
and did not care for it at all. Take my advice and stay as you are, old boulder.
Please do.
Begged Trot from her place across the table.
You are so strong and handsome, and you can dance as well as anyone. You didn't tread on my toe even once,
declared the little girl stoutly. Benny would have blushed at Trot's word had such a thing been possible. As it was, he smiled so happily that he did not look like a public benefactor at all. The stone frown that was carved on Benny's forehead was gradually melted away, and his expression was now so pleasant and jolly, I am sure none of the worthy fathers of Boston would have recognized their former citizen. It shall be as Trot wishes, said Benny, with a fond glance across the table, and amid the cheers and claps of the celebrities, he agreed to stay as he was. And live at our capital always? Invited Ozma from the head of the table. And Herbie too? He shall become our court physician, declared Ozma, and coming round to where they sat, she touched them both on the shoulder with her emerald scepter to show they now belonged to her court. Benny was too overcome to say a word, but Herbie, with a great jingling of pill bottles, arose and, with one hand on the medicine chest, made a lengthy speech of thanks.
Every time he comes near, you can hear his pills rattle,
observed Highboy in a low voice to the Sawhorse. One end of the table had been reserved for the palace pets, and Highboy had the seat of honor at the head. Next to him stood the Sawhorse, Ozma's little wooden golden shod steed. taking in everything but the refreshments and making short, sharp answers to Highboy's remarks. Highboy secretly thought him a poor-looking creature, but as he wisely kept this thought to himself, they got along famously. The hungry tiger's appetite amused Highboy. As several bowls of horseradish, 2 bales of hay, and a pail of yummy jummy, Highboy himself could not eat another morsel, but the tiger kept sleepily and completely on cleaning his plate. As soon as it was empty, it was hastily replenished with rare roast and undone steak and mutton. The hungry tiger, as many of you know, had lived in the Emerald City for many years, and is great company for the Cowardly Lion, who came to the capital with Dorothy on her very first visit. This big beast, with long sighs and with tears in his voice, explained how dreadfully cowardly he was, and Highboy, to see if this really were so, trumpeted suddenly in the Cowardly Lion's ear. With a terrible squeal, the Cowardly Lion slid under a table, and they were just pulling him out when the Tin Woodman arose and rapped loudly for order. The wizard had left the banquet hall a few minutes before, and, now returning, whispered a few words to Ozma. At once the little fairy stood up, and, facing the king and queen of the Azure Isles, began to speak. "Our wizard," explained Ozma in her gentle voice, "has been trying to discover the whereabouts of Cheerbed's father, but all of his questions have brought no change in the magic picture, showing that Mombi has utterly destroyed the good king of the Munchkins. As Mombi is no longer here to remedy what has been done, and we ourselves are powerless to remedy it either, I now pronounce you, Cheerbed, and you, Orin, King and Queen of the East, and rulers of the Munchkins, and the Sapphire City Falls shall be your capital." The applause brought forth by this announcement was simply deafening. When it had subsided somewhat, the Scarecrow, jumping up, held out his hand to Orin and then the king.
"May I be the first to congratulate your majesties?"
cried the straw man impulsively.
"I myself am a Munchkin, and hereafter please to consider me a loyal friend and subject."
The king and queen both assured him they would be pleased to do so, and in a short address, Cheerbed promised to rule to the best of his abilities the great empire of the East. Trot and Philidor, who sat side by side, heard Ozma's proclamation with great pleasure and satisfaction. "I hope you'll visit us often," whispered Philidor. "You can ride on my seahorse and wear my crown, and I'm going to ask my father to make you a princess, Trot." At this, Cheerbed, who had overheard Philidor's remark, jumped up and announced that his first act as king and queen would be to create Trot a princess of Azure Isles, with the privilege of living in the Sapphire City at any time and for as long as she wanted.
"That makes Trot twice the princess,"
chuckled the Scarecrow to Benny, as the little girl slipped the sapphire ring Cheerbed held out to her in place of a crown, which she promised to give her later, on her middle finger.
"Hi, hi, 3 cheers for Princess Trot,"
whined Highboy above all the noise and clapping. When Ozma could make herself heard, she again called for silence, wondering what surprising announcement would come next. The company turned eagerly to their little ruler. "As Orin is no longer Good Witch of the North, and the Gillikins are without a sovereign, I have decided to make Joe and Hyacinth rulers of the North," declared Ozma imperiously. "And—"
"We accept with pleasure,"
interrupted Highboy, not only rising to his feet, but stretching up till he towered over them.
"We accept this honor your majesty has conferred upon us, and if you will just excuse me, I will dash off and tell the good news to Joel."
Holding his head so high that he bumped it on the top of the door, Highboy clattered from the banquet hall to the great astonishment and amusement of all. That is, all except Trot and Philidor. Rushing after the high horse, they called loudly for him to stop, and when he saw the little girl and boy waving from the top steps of the castle, he did come, and stretching up, let each of them embrace him heartily.
"I'm coming again to visit you,"
promised Highboy with a slight choke, for he hated to say goodbye to his little friends.
"I'll see you have high positions at our court, too."
Then, shaking his head and stretching up a bit higher, he catered off, neighing tremendously as he went.
"Hi, hi, everybody hi! I am highest horse in Oz. High horse to their majesty, king and queen of the north.
Arm in arm, Philidor and Trot returned to the banquet hall, and after the last speech had been made, and they all had drunk the health of the new souvenirs in pale pink lemonade, the party broke up, and they all went out into the garden to play blind man's bluff. As for the royal family from the Azure Isles, did not return to the capital for 10 days. They had plenty of time to see the wondrous sights in the Emerald City, and to grow as fond of dear little Ozma and her gay court and courtiers as we are ourselves. End of chapter 20. End of The Giant Horse of Oz by Ruth Plumly Thompson.